Good afternoon, y'all. Good afternoon. Hope everybody's doing good today. Sorry, I'm still messing with some stuff on the back end here. Give me a second. And I think I think we're good. I think we're good. Apparently there was like a patch today. I don't think it was like a big thing or anything. It looks like it's mostly bugs. Stutter when updating stats on Steam. Remove toy horse from possible drops and point of interest. I don't remember that. Or at least I never saw that. Fish moving very slowly if player has over 100 FPS. Is that what was happening to me? No, they're fixing the fish. No. Weapons flying away from bandits on death. All right, well, if they got to fix one bad thing, they got to fix one good thing. So I'll take that. No more flying crossbows, maybe? That's what that means? Item physics exploding if player drops a lot of items when paused. End of an era. Thrown spears would sometimes appear under the map instead of an impact point. I feel like I've seen that happen a couple times. Animal HP and damage multipliers not affecting animals in certain cases. Quick load not working in the valley. And then a couple updates. Items spawn on ground instead of in air, if possible, when dropped from inventory. I think I saw that yesterday. Or not yesterday, last stream. Saturday, rather. And more safeguards for separate thread operations to reduce the number of critical errors. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means at all. What's up, Fergie? What's up, Gloria? What's up, Oxygen Thief? What's up, Raider? Started playing this game seriously 2 days ago, and now you can't stop. Welcome, welcome to Medieval. What's wrong with the fish? I've had this bug every once in a while when I play this game, where if I go up to the fish, they won't swim away properly. And maybe I can show it fixed now, because I won't be able to at least like show it. Where's the fish? I used to be able to like walk up to the fish and they wouldn't run away. Let's go over here. And to be fair, I feel like I usually have over 100 frames when I'm doing solo. Yep, they ran. They swam away. No. Fish, come back to me. All right, well, fish physics have been officially fixed. End of an era, y'all. End of an era. I used to be the fish whisperer. Now I'm nothing. So what were we doing last stream? We got to pay taxes. I have the tax money. I could do that. I had a quest for my wife. I think this was for a special. And also we had a Herald quest. We got to finish this Herald quest today. It was a BK Con, more Shrouded Wood. I think I'm waiting for the next update before I jump into a Shrouded again. When that Enshrouded update comes out, I think we're going to be doing... I'll try and do like a full run. I don't know how long a full run of Enshrouded is going to take. But I definitely want to play some Enshrouded when the time comes. Or at least some more. It was up, Average Sum. Thoughts on the DLC? Like the new one that's being worked on? I don't know much about it. I assume it's gonna be like clothing, if anything. I gotta do a little bit of maintenance here. I'm missing something from my villagers, or they're missing something. Hen house is no longer occupied. The hen house worker had a baby. Do I have anybody in like a barn? Like Sobe Sad? Sobe Sad, you're the fish. You're the fish. You're the chicken worker now. Also, I think I saw I had another chicken. Hold on. Two more chicks. All right, that's not exactly what we need, but I mean, we'll work with it. We'll work with it. I need to get more hens. I don't need roosters. But I mean, the more roosters I have, the higher chance I'm gonna have to getting more chickens in the future. So not all bad, not all bad. Oh, the nature DLC? The nature DLC is fine. It's mostly just, I don't have any seeds, so I can't really show them off right now. But I mean, we got a handful of rocks that we can use for decorations. You got 2 ponds. You have 4 bushes and a couple different types of trees. Some smaller trees and a massive size tree. They're very nice if you like to do decorating or changing up of your village. But it's definitely not necessary, right? If you're not huge into decorating or you don't want to use like the foliage tool, then there's no reason to get it, I would say. But I mean, I do a lot of decorating. I feel like a lot of people in the streams here check out like the decorations because we do like the village tours every once in a while. So for those people or people that like to work on their village, I'd say they're definitely worth picking up. But it's definitely not a requirement. You can still plant like trees and stuff. You just want to have like the bushes or the special bushes or the hedges. I'm gonna take some mead. I'm gonna help the farmers out for this one season. At least pick up all the rye. Maybe I'll help out next season too. I don't think we have a sickle or a scythe. Did we start making sides? Yeah, we started making sides. Last stream we started getting iron tools going, so I think that'll be the norm from here on out. Now I just need to get a tavern so we can get like the best drinks. Get some rye beer production. Shroud is huge. I've been wanting to play it for a while. So I was happy I was at least able to do, you know, that initial video, but we're gonna be doing some more in Shroud in the future on the channel for sure. It was a whole lot of fun, especially with the building. I want to do more of the terraforming. I only built something like super basic. I want to try doing something a lot larger, more substantial. Look at all this rye. I think we'll get the tavern today. I think we were almost to 10,000 production tech anyways. Or 10,000 production tech, sorry. My brain is not here. Hey, what's up, Jan? What's going on? Just got back from the most Slavic hobby you could probably do, picking mushrooms. I mean, that's cool. I've never gone mushroom picking before, I'll be honest. Hey, what's up, Dale? What's going on? Yeah, I just want to make sure I got all the rye because this season is a flax season. I want to make sure the entire field gets done. So let me make sure this is set to flax. This is set to flax. This is set to oats. That's fine. Let me rename this to oat field. Oats. Everything else should literally be flax. Onions, I think I was fine with the small onion field. Good enough, good enough. I think I also need to shut down the barn since I ripped the barn guy out of here. Animal feed and fertilizer. No big deal. In the part where it's time to start laying out and decorating, your village is in shambles. Looks like a shanty town. I feel you, I feel you. I wasn't really liking how the village, I mean, I'd say for the most part, I'm still not too crazy about certain areas, but we started reorganizing. Like we changed the central part of town. We'll probably do some more too. I was kind of thinking about putting the resource storage. Maybe if I could fit both storages, put them both here. And then put something else in these corners, move the house. I don't know exactly where I want to put the kitchen. I think the kitchen's really going to determine where I put the tavern, because I'm thinking this is where the tavern's going. We might rip some of the fields out, move them over here, and put the tavern here, because this is relatively flat. But yeah, I think I'm going to need to find a new place for the kitchen too. I could put it here where the house is currently, but this is kind of like, it's kind of uneven. If I wanted to put like some tables down. Here's up, Catherine. Man Without a Brain. Wasn't there a film? Maybe there was. I've never heard of it if there was. Please your mind, plus they are yummy and free food. Maybe if I liked mushrooms. I'm not a huge mushroom person, I'll be real. I do not like mushrooms at all. All right, well, I took all the rye. I'm gonna let them do the rest. Oh wait, no, there's more. I forgot we expanded. I think we have, how many farmers do we have now? 3? I think we have a guy and 2 girls in the farm shed, which should be enough for all these fields, I'm thinking. And then let's also thresh all of this rye into rye grain. Today's gonna be a big flatbread day, I'm thinking. Let's turn, while we have some of it before I put it back. Let's turn some of this into flour. I'll keep the rye grain, I'll keep the wheats. Maybe like anything that's in my inventory, basically. Another question, what do I have to do in game to gain more blacksmith skill? So blacksmithing is production tech. So you need to do jobs that require you to produce, I guess, materials or items in general. So that could be crafting things in a blacksmith. That could be crafting things in the sewing hut. That could be crafting things in the kitchen. I'd say the big one that I always do is crafting flatbread. That'll also give you plenty and plenty of production tech. But you have to find like certain things that you're cool with making. If you like crafting tools, tools will get you there. But I'd say my go-to and probably the easiest one if you're doing some farming on the side already is just cooking flatbread. Flatbread only takes 1 flour and 1 portion of a bucket, so 1 bucket holds 10 water. So you can make, you know, 10 flatbread with 10 flour, 1 bucket of water, and you get about, I think, 6 tech points from that. I think it's 0.6 per flour. So when you're, you know, you got lots of buckets of water and lots of flour, you can make hundreds of flatbread at a time. And it's also a decent thing to sell for now. Once I get my tech up, I'll probably upgrade to white bread or something that uses more flour. But to just get some tech points, some production tech points, I often just make flour or make flatbread. But you can make like thread, you can make fabric, you can make clothing. You can make things in the workshop. Basically anything that you make in these buildings, in the production buildings, will give you production tech. Hey, what's up, Sophia? What's going on, Sophia? How you doing? Just started playing Kingdom Come 2. What a good game. Such a good game. I want to do another KCD2 run in the near future. I might do like a hardcore KCD2 run. Takes a bit of water. If you don't have lots of buckets of water to carry, it's not the best. If you have, I mean, if you have your well right next to your kitchen, I mean, fast crafting definitely matters a lot in that circumstance. That'll get you there a lot faster. But it is going to take a lot of water. But the good thing about that is, with all the water buckets that you're going to fill, you're going to get a lot of extraction points too. So by the time you level up your production tech, you'll have like your entire extraction tree filled out.
Let's go.
Sure, you said it before, but how long did it take for you to build Gustovia? Oh man. I wish I knew the exact time, but definitely probably a couple hundreds of hours, because we did the entire Gustovia stream or Gustovia run on stream till like year 24. And a lot of those seasons, I think we were doing 3 days. So that was before I started doing 2-day seasons more regularly. And then once my character, you know, unfortunately died. Spoiler alert, y'all, my character died. And I passed on the heir, or to my heir. That's when we stopped the run, but I still started doing decorating for like the next couple years. So I'd say a couple 100 hours for sure. I'm here to collect the special occasion wine, which I'm gonna give to my wife, and then she's gonna be like, oh, go find my friend, she needs help. And then we're gonna need another house because we need to get a house for the special villager. Yeah, I wish I knew the exact number, but it's got to be in the hundreds for sure. Hey, what's up, Age Creation? What's going on, man? Not a fan of the Kingdom Come fighting. I understand that. I understand. It's an acquired taste, I would say. But it's a little bit different than maybe the usual fighting systems you deal with in games. Also, my villagers need water. Wait, my farmers are also having a problem. Hold up. What do you need, farmers? Farmers first. Need bags? I'm getting you bags. We need to make sure they have as little problems in this spring season, so we got to get these bags done first. I have a bunch of leather, so I'm just going to make it all out of leather. The village is incredible. Thank you, thank you. Now, that was definitely the village I probably put the most time in personally. Like a solo village, that's probably the one I've spent the most time working on. I'd say Mafinia is a bit more decorated, but I mean, we had multiple people working on that village, right? That wasn't just me. That was like me plus a dozen other people working on it slowly but surely over 20 plus years. This is not my wife. Where is Lubomir? Lubomir, my son. You've got me something, a feather. Thank you. Here's a ragdoll. I don't have any swords to give you, but it's the most I can do here. Goshislava, here is the wine. We gotta go find her friend in Baranica.
Hey, darling.
First, I need you to move. Actually, you know what I need you to do? You know what I actually need you to do? Can you pay the taxes? I forgot to pay taxes. Now I need you to move. Definitely don't want to forget to pay taxes in this stage. As you can see, I have in the description or the title of the video, no buying and selling. Now that we have market stalls, we are not selling to vendors anymore. Vendors are done. We're not touching vendors. Unless those vendors are wagoners, which isn't really a vendor. Hey, what's up, Vio? Which stage of the game do you like the most? Beginning, mid, or end game? I do like the beginning of building up the village, but I also kind of like forms of the parts where we're starting to try and make the village look nice. It kind of depends on how I'm feeling on the day. Some days I'm more of into a decoration mood. Some days I just kind of want to play the game and chill out. For this stream, I think oh, we got a slider. We got a slider. He's sliding away. For this stream, we're doing a little bit of both. We're still trying to unlock more buildings, but we have gotten more into the village planning aspect of it. Last stream, we changed up the center of the village here, and we started working on this area. So now the farm area is a bit more fleshed out. I threw some fences down, but not a whole lot of decorations. I'll probably get some more down, though. You don't worry about decorating your village till Tavern's built, then you build the whole village around that. Kind of me too. I like to have the tavern before I start really planning where everything's gonna be. That's kind of why I haven't really ripped out a lot of the village, because I'm still kind of trying to find where we're gonna put the tavern. I think we're gonna put it right here though. I think I'm gonna rip out these trees, just this row right here. Put the tavern like in this area, and then maybe expand the rows a little bit more, remove these fields, and throw more fields on this side of the village. Because this area does not seem like an amazing place to build. Ground's pretty uneven. Also, we have some other animals that need food. Who's missing food? I'll just make some animal feed. I think we have everybody working with the animals. 2 of them should be the donkeys, obviously. I think like 100. Since we got plenty right now. What's up, Shiny Turtle? You're my favorite streamer. Thanks, dude. Watch every day. What are your thoughts on Valheim? I haven't played Valheim since it initially released, like years ago, but I do have it. I think that's one of the highly requested games that I end up playing on stream one of these days. I don't have a plan for when I'm gonna do it, but I would like to check out some Valheim in the future again. It's gonna be like me playing it fresh though. I probably, like I said, I have like maybe 10 to 12 hours into the game, and that was, I think I finished the 3rd or 4th boss. I think that's how far I got. So definitely not far by any means. And I imagine now there's just so much more. I've heard they're adding like new biomes. If they added new biomes, they're adding more. Trying to cardio and watch a stream is a challenge. That sounds like it'd be a challenge. There was a streamer I was watching that was like, he was like on the treadmill while playing Baldur's Gate 2 or 1. I thought that was insane. But I was like, and talking to chat at the same time. That seems like a lot. Georgiana, let me quick save in case I don't get her. Georgiana, join us. Think about how good you are as a villager. You don't want to be with them. Join my settlements. Yes. We've acquired a Georgiana. She is a level 6 farmer. Yeah, Georgiana is a level 6 in farming, 3 in everything else. I think we will put her with the sheep that we're gonna be getting. Still releasing updates, so you should play Valheim soon. There's a lot of games are getting updates right now. I still need to finish my Aska run. We're getting close to year 10 in this run, so I'll be more happy slowing down this run if we get to at least year 10. If I'm gonna be doing other stuff. Supposedly there's gonna be a Shrouded update this month, so I wanna try that out. And then I have promised a single Subnautica stream this month. In fact, let me look this up. I think we're gonna be playing Subnautica on the last Sunday of the month. So that's like the 26th. So not this weekend Sunday, but next weekend Sunday. That is when we're gonna be playing Subnautica. I think this week we're gonna be just doing the usual games we've been doing the past month or so. Just a little bit of Medieval and a little bit of Aska. Oh, this is the wooden one. Give me this back. I don't want a house out of wood. I want a house out of stone. Stone needed. And if I can change the foundation to stone too, that would be great. And then for rooftop, I want to check and see how our wood supplies are. That'll help me determine whether we do planks. We got 250 logs. We could do some planks. We only need like 48. So it's gonna be like 24 logs. Excuse me, Wojciech, get out of the way. I need planks. Watching, just about to finish your 14th mile. Damn, dude. Keep it up, keep it up. One of these days you want to do a VR setup where when you move IRL, you move in game. That would be kind of interesting. I heard there's like, I saw like a little video on it. There's like these little hex tiles that you can put on like the ground, like the actual ground. And if you like step on them, they'll like angle a certain way so that if you're actually walking, it'll make it so you won't move. Like you'll stay in place still, even though you're like physically walking around. I think that would be kind of interesting to try. I have VR, but I only have like a Oculus Quest or Meta Quest, whatever they changed it to. I wonder how Medieval Dynasty VR is doing. I played Medieval Dynasty VR once on the channel, and I wonder if it still gets updates. Is anybody in here ever played Medieval Dynasty VR? Oh, the deed has been done. Can I ask what the recommended field size is? Yours are 50. Then you're in the right area range. My fields, sometimes, especially when I'm starting early, I'll do like 2x10s. So like my onion field is a 2x10. And then I'll do like 4x10s, 5x10s. I think 40 to 50 is like my sweet spot in terms of field size. I'd say the biggest I would go is maybe 100. But I don't usually like to go that big if I can help it. So like on this one, for example, I think this is a 2x10 or close to it. 2x10. This is a 3x10. This one over here, I think, is 6x7. It was like 42 or something. 6x8, so it's 48. It's about 50. This is about 40. This is about 20. I don't like to go much bigger than that because if you want multiple people doing the same type of job, like you want them to be fertilizing or sowing or plowing. If you have one field that's like super big, only one person can fertilize that field at a time. So if they only have, you know, they're on like the last stage and they're like sowing the seeds. Any other farmer, like if that's the last field you have, the other farmers will just go to the farm shed and sit there. But if you have it cut in half, someone will be sowing these fields and then the other person will just go on to the next field and work on that. So you can kind of optimize your farm shed workers just like a teeny bit. So that's why I kind of prefer not having my fields be like one gigantic field. They're all kind of like little bits and pieces. I'm gonna go get some of this stone for this Herald quest. This is the only challenge we have right now. And I do have a bunch, like a boatload of stone in the mines that's just like laying on the ground. And since we need like 700 of it, let's just bring it in. GTA VR would be insane. That would be kind of insane. The last thing I played in VR was probably Beat Saber, I'll be honest. I don't play a whole lot of VR, even though I have one. All right, this is gonna be a couple trips. I can already feel it. Hey, what's up, Donkey? What's going on? How you doing? Just want to get the most out of your fields. Then I'd say like 50 to 100 is a good sweet spot. You can do a little bit less if you want select size fields on certain things. Like I don't need a whole lot of onions, so I don't have like a full size field for it. Or you can just make like a, you know, 100 size field and fraction it out. But to make sure like your farmers keep working, I usually like to hit around that 40 to 50 spot. But I definitely don't recommend doing like the 16 by 16s unless you want a big field just for the sake of like the look of it. But in that case, why don't you just take that 16 by 16 and have like, you know, 8 16 by 2s or 4 16 by 4s. You can still get like the same thing out of a full 16 by 16, but just breaking it down into smaller sections. That's always been my recommendation, at least when it comes to fields. Honestly, mainly want to play mainly for Beat Saber, Gorn, The Break-In, and maybe Skyrim for VR. My friend Michael picked me up Skyrim for VR. That was actually pretty fun. Beat Saber's probably the most fun, at least for me. Especially if you mod Beat Saber. That's modded Beat Saber's amazing. The only other VR games I've really put time into is maybe Blade and Sorcery is fun. That's kind of just like a combat VR game. If you like zombies, the Walking Dead zombie game is actually amazing. And then I played like a little bit of the VR Medieval Dynasty. Didn't know Medieval Dynasty had VR. It's definitely not as popular, but yeah, it exists. I think I played it like a year and a half ago. I feel like when they announced it, it was kind of like a quiet release. But I've heard a lot of good things about it. I hear like a lot of people like playing it. I just don't know how they've been doing in terms of updates. If they're still pumping out updates or where it's at. Because it's a completely different game that works on it compared to like RenderCube. I think they're called Spectral Games. Still under the like Toplets umbrella. And definitely like feels like Medieval Dynasty. Like you feel like you're in a Medieval Dynasty world. The buildings look they're pretty much like the same type of models. The main problem is it's a lot more work doing the work in the Medieval Dynasty VR because you actually have to like manually plow things or manually chop down trees. So I remember like I played like a 3-hour session and I was exhausted. Like I was like, I feel like I just worked in a field in real life. But it was a whole lot of fun. If it wasn't a pain to stream VR, I would probably do a Medieval Dynasty VR stream. Try and catch more of the stream. Need to do some circuit. If not, enjoy, guys. I'll catch you on the next one. Sounds good, Bobby. Thanks for stopping by. Good luck on your run. We'll see you around. Isle VR. A VR dinosaur game would be horrifying. I'm pretty sure, in fact, I feel like I have one. I have like a Jurassic Park dinosaur VR game. Is this full? Oh no, this is full. Can I upgrade this while we're here? Here, let me sleep.
It's time for a beverage.
Let me sleep here. You won't mind if I sleep by you, right? In your house. I don't know who you are. Oh, it's Blanca's house. Blanca doesn't mind. Blanca's chill.
It's easy to talk with me. I just don't like conversations.
Resource storage, too weird, just missing planks. I have to go back anyways.
Animals, children.
Well,
I'm dying of thirst.
I'm gonna go back. If I gotta go back anyways and get some planks. Might as well just do that right now. We picked up most of the stone in the mine though, and we're almost at 700, which means all we're missing are the iron bars, which we can get from just mining, and then the logs, which I think we kind of just have to wait and see if our villagers get up there in time. If by, say, like fall or something, they don't have all the logs, I may have to do a tree chopping spree for him just to catch him up a little bit. I don't think there's a whole lot of logs we'll be using for builds though, unless we build a whole bunch more houses. We just keep doing thatch roofs. We won't spend as many logs. Okay, let's start with the planks. It's a 3,000 weight if we upgrade it, so we might as well just upgrade it. Now I feel like VR needs some more. There's a lot of sword combat fighting games in VR, but I feel like most of them aren't that great. That being said, I think more medieval VR games would always be cooler. Or zombie games. We need more. The Walking Dead one is nice, but I feel like that's like the only VR zombie game is to like Arizona Sunshine, which is another one, but that one, I mean, it's okay. It gets the job done. It's basically just like Call of Duty Zombies if it was its own game. Like I said though, it's just too much of a pain for me to ever set up, at least to want to do it on stream. But if you ever just want to do like for fun, I feel like VR sets are getting more affordable. You could probably buy like a Quest 2 for cheaper now. They gotta be past the Quest 2 at this point. We want storages and resource storage 2. And we're just gonna upgrade this. It's gonna cost me some logs. But after this, I won't spend any. Wait, isn't this like 90 logs? This is like a 90 log building. I know it's up there. Maybe I should have just built another storage one. Maybe I'll see if I can turn up the log gathering increase, because we got 2 woodsheds. We got 2 woodsheds. All right, that's an extra 1,000 carry weight. Let's go back and get more of those stone. We still need 150 stone. It's gotta be in there. Question, why do you have 2 donkeys? They won't breed unless you feed them. I mean, one's a baby, and I think they will. I mean, we may have to test that theory, but I want to say they will. If they don't, I'll give them some food. But I don't know if Anne is old enough yet. Anne might still be a foal. Oh no, Anne grew up. Anne's all grown. You sure right now is just space? Like proximity space, like room around so you have enough space for using the VR? Because if that's what you mean, then now I can get that. I've definitely broken something because I didn't notice where I was sitting, like where I was like standing, and I just like swung and hit like something that broke. That's the one problem with VR. No space to move around. Yeah, okay. I broke like a glass vase thing. Hopefully it wasn't expensive. It was just like clear. It didn't seem like it was super expensive, but yeah, you definitely got to be careful. There's so much stone in here. I'm past the 700 mark, and there's still more stone to pick up. Where am I? Lead me out, mines. I'm lost. You would think I would know how to get out of the mines a lot faster. If it weren't for the arrows, I would be stuck in this thing forever. It'd be like the back rooms. Freedom. All right, now we just need iron bars. Do we have any iron ore? We have 1 iron ore. What are you guys mining? Are you guys even mining iron? You guys are getting copper and tin. All right, we'll stop that. It's time to go to the Iron Age, y'all. 26 iron a day. So that's 26 bars a season. Nah, they're gonna need help. If we don't want to cut it short, we're gonna need to help them. Let me go get a pickaxe. Iron pickaxe. And maybe I'll put like my scythe away so I'm not completely weighed down. All right. I don't know if we'll get a whole 60 from mining here, but we'll get enough that by the end of the next 3 or 4 seasons, we'll have enough bars. Assuming we don't spend it all on something. This time, though, I'm gonna skip everything that's not iron. So we need tin, any copper. Let's go this way. I think if we go here and then drop down, this is where all the iron's gonna be. I wonder if the patch fixed the little freezing problem that the Oxbow had. I didn't see anything about it, but I wonder if any of their optimizations found that issue and they like ironed over it at all. I still haven't tested to see if I started a new a new Oxbow run, if it would be fixed. It's unfortunate they found a way how to fix the fish. I will miss being the fish whisperer. Wait, did we ever check to see if Potion of Camo worked on fish? You put a screenshot in the Discord about that, right, Fergie? Or maybe I'm thinking it was someone else. $52 ore. We need 120. I don't think we're gonna get 120. But even if we got like 60 this round, we'll have plenty by the end of the year. I think that's all of it. Nope, there's more. Feels like it works with fish. Then maybe we'll have to start camo potioning the fish if we want to fish more. Luckily, we have a survival villager that's fishing for us. I don't think we'll need to be doing any fishing for this run, thankfully. But in the future, if we want to get early fish, maybe we need to get some potions. All right, I think we got all the iron we're gonna get. 74. I'll keep looking. There might be a few more nodes, but we gotta be coming near the end here. Feels like it worked with fish. Gonna double check real quick. Yeah, there's a lot of iron in this cave. I feel like I don't usually get this much iron from a single run. 80, 86. Maybe because of my bonuses. I think I have the mining bonuses where I get more nodes, or I get more resources from nodes.
I feel famished.
That's fine. That's fine. We're finishing up. We got the 80 iron. That'll give us 40 bars. And then in a couple days they'll get us the last 20. So then we're just missing logs then. I'll probably leave that to the villagers though. Another thing I want to check. Since we have Georgiana, we can bring in another villager. We need to give Georgiana a job. Even if it's temporary. Let's give Georgiana a job. Georgiana. You get at farming, you can do pretty much anything though. I don't have a whole lot of farming jobs you could go in that will do anything. I guess I could put you back in the barn. We had some people crafting in the barn, but I turned them off. I think the animal feed and the fertilizer. So I think we were doing like 19 fertilizer or something. And don't do a whole lot of animal feed. We can just double check by seeing how much the pigsty is bringing in. 40. So we can do 20. So 19's just fine. All right, iron's in. Let's go, Jimothy. Back to the village. We still have a production problem, though. What's the problem? The sewing huts? What are you, out of linen? Yeah, can't make any more linen thread. You're making 9 linen thread. Who's working here? Blanca? Here, Blanca. Since you made all the linen thread, how about you go into the kitchen? I know your production is not the greatest, but that's okay. I'm gonna turn on like a handful of things here. And then just make as much flatbread as you possibly can. 16, 17 a day, good enough. That's a lot. That's like 2 buckets worth. I kind of want to make a road that leads from here into the mine as well, because we kind of follow this creek every time to get back to the mine. It's kind of like an easy landmark. But I'd like a real road. Peanut flatbread, how are we doing? 400 flatbread. We need more flatbread. I believe we are selling. We're selling flatbread. Dobrovoya, you are selling 200 flatbread a day. Oh, and she's gonna have a baby soon. That's not good. And you are also selling 200 a day. So that's 400 flatbread. That's gonna be gone by tomorrow. So we definitely need more flatbread.
Hello, lover.
Excuse me, lady. My wife, lady.
Hail, friend.
We need to make lots of flatbread here. If we can just unlock the tavern, if we just get the tavern, we can change the type of food we're making, and then we won't have to make as much. Here, how close are we to 10K tech? We gotta be 1,600 away. We need 1,600 more production tech before we can get the tavern. At that point, I'll probably change to white bread.
Hi, honey.
I didn't check to see how many buckets at a time I could hold. So I'm just doing like 20 at a time. Maybe I'll do a couple extra. Yeah, we could do like 24. Yeah, that's fine. Make a few extra. I think with the onions we'd get a little bit more tech, but I kind of want to save the onions for survival tech. Make a bunch of dye.
I can't say a bad word about our king. I can't say a good word either.
You know, you would think that having a king that is known as the Great, he would be considered a good king. He's not. He's just a neutral king. Kind of toxic. He's great, but he's not good.
Hey, darling.
That would be a step too far. I'm gonna do like, if we're selling 400 a day, if we wanted to have enough flatbread for the entire stream, we would need almost 3,000 flatbread. That's a lot of flatbread. So I'm not gonna make it all at once right now. But I will make like, I don't know, 1,200. We're at 1,140. All right, maybe one more batch. One more batch.
Hello there.
Ooh, a free gift. Apple juice, thank you. All right, final batch. I guess we'll take care of the onions after this, since we're on the topic of food. Actually, I take that back. Before we get on the onions, it's the last day of spring. Let's make sure we have all of our flax down. Onion fields are onioning, flax is down. We got flax down on this field. We got oats on this field and onions on this field. Perfect. Honestly, we might have too many onions. I don't think we need 2 onion fields. I mean, I might be ripping out that field anyway, so not really that big of a deal. But in the future, I think we're gonna be getting rid of one. You ever tried an animal breeding game run? Thinking of trying it, but it seems time consuming. I don't know if the payout is worth it.
Hello.
An
lover.
animal breeding run where like I only make money through selling animals. Early on would be very rough. Because all your money is really dependent on in between seasons and seeing if they have babies. And if you don't have like horses or donkeys, something that sells for a fair amount early on, it's gonna be very rough going because chickens don't sell for a lot. Pigs don't sell for like an amazing amount. I mean, if I locked myself into doing only like animal and farming product like jobs, if I was doing both animal things and farming things, I think I could manage. Because then I could make money outside of, you know, selling the animals at the very least. But with only animals, I think that would be hard. At least like with normal tax rates. Oh, I'm dirty. Hold up. Let me take a bath. But all the fields are done, so we don't have to worry about that. We're clean. We're clean. Got it. You don't get in the animal trade till late in the game. If you set it up correctly, you can make a fair amount of money like selling horses and stuff. But there's definitely more optimal things you could sell. It would be cool if there was like a little bit of an update on like animals in terms of maybe selling prices or breeding, like a breeding game. Or one thing I've always thought would be really cool is if they made it so butchering was viable. Because you can like butcher your own animals, but it's not really worth it. Like you kind of get the same amount back as you put into like buying an animal. And maybe I think there should be like a multiplier on depending on like their age or something. So like there should be like a sweet spot where, you know, skinning one of your own animals at this specific age or at this time frame gives a whole lot more resources than, you know, if you do it in the early age or like the later ages. I think if they did something like that, that would be really cool. It definitely give another ability or opportunity to either challenge yourself or make money in the game. You don't get more than one baby at a time. I don't know if I've seen the donkeys have more than one at a time. I don't believe so. I know some animals can, but
Hello there.
donkeys, I don't think so. I'm not certain, to be honest. Here, can I move this closer? Just a little bit closer. I'm too lazy to carry the onions over here. Oh, we need more clay bowls anyway. Well, all right, let me go make clay bowls. I think it said we had 240 onions or something like that. So we're gonna need maybe like 24 bowls. Clay bowls. Let's do 50. Since we got extra clay right now. Sounds good, Catherine. We'll see you around. Also, what's up, Jeremy? Jay here making me doubt what day it is streaming today. Today's Thursday, right? I'm not streaming on a weird day, am I? Nah, it is Thursday. To be fair, I didn't stream on Tuesday, so that probably is why it feels weird. All right, now we can make the dyes. I feel like we should have more onions than that. Maybe I misread how many onions we had, but 240, that's it. Yeah, 240. That doesn't seem right. To be fair, it is onion season next season. Once we pick all of our crops next season, we'll have more onions. Throw these in the box. Another thing we want to do that can give us some survival tech is cook some of these pike. I think we have maybe a handful of pike in here now. 2? I know I saw more than 2. Please tell me you're not drinking the pike. You're drinking the pike. Stop it. Why is this even an option? Why are you allowed to drink the pike? It doesn't make sense. They're just squeezing the juices out of the pike and drinking it like it's some beverage of some kind. That's not right. I turned off them eating the pike, but I forgot to turn off them drinking the pike. Such an obvious mistake, such an obvious mistake. Drinking the fish, that's wild. So, raw fish give you both food and water. I don't have any more on me because I just cooked them. But some foods and drinks give both food and drink. So if you don't turn them off in both food and drink, they will get the drink aspects of it, but not the food aspects. For example, I think some of the, I don't know if it's that case anymore, but some of the meads used to give you food, which I think they took off. That being said, they didn't take off the water that fish give you. So yes, fish are technically also a water item. Kind of like with berries, plums, and cherries. Like the fruits will give you some water in addition to food. It'll be like a very minuscule amount though, right? Like if we look at plums, 2 food, 2 water, nothing crazy. But if you only turn off food, they will still consume them because they're available in the drinks. So they've been drinking my fish. What a waste. What an absolute waste of fish. But it's all right, it's fixed now. They will not be drinking any more fish. All right, I need to get another villager. I kind of need to get somebody that is going to work in a stall, because one of our stall workers is about to have a baby and she's going to leave. Which one was it? I think it was this farm stall right here. Yeah, Dobrovoya. It sucks too because she's got an 8 in diplomacy. So that's money. That's money that's going to be gone for a while. So let's just get somebody now. Let's just get somebody that we can have prepared for the market stall. Happened to you with the milk? You wanted to make cheese and didn't understand where all the milk was going because it's also a food item. Yep, there's another one. They eat the milk. They drink the fish. Makes no sense, but yet it still happens.
Onward.
I forgot they do that with the milk too. It used to be a bigger problem with more food types, but I feel like over time they've changed it up. But yeah, there's still a select few.
I think my hairline
And
is
fish and milk are one of them. Sam is sad.
Only women bleed once a month, while no animal.
Sam is sad. Lubomira. Lubomira, the vendor.
How can I help you?
I'm gonna invite Sam is sad. Samusad, this is how it's gonna go. You're gonna live with Georgiana. I can't say it's permanent. Realistically, I would like Amerigo to be with Georgiana. But for now, Samusad, you're gonna be with Georgiana. Make him Sama happy. Nope. No happiness for Samusad. All bad. All Sama bad. Isn't Sama bad also a name of a villager? Oh, I have Sobi Sad. I got Sobi Sad and Samusad.
Let's go.
No Sama bad, Sobi Sad. Hey, what's up, Ida? What's going on, Ida? How you doing?
It's time for a beverage.
All right, let's drink then. Let's drink. All right, just in time. Season's about to end. Fields are good. I think I'm gonna chop this tree down before then, if we're gonna be moving some of these buildings. In fact, why don't I even have an axe? Oh, I do. I just don't have it equipped. I'm gonna need a shovel. I'll just make a shovel. Too lazy. Yeah, I didn't think I planted this tree here. Though some more seedlings would be nice. Nope, no seedlings. All right, we're almost backed up to 200 logs. Let me see how many logs we're getting per day from our woodsheds. So if we have 170, we need 504 seasons. One is gaining 30 a day. The other is gaining about 60 a day. But how much did they use on firewood? So 80 logs. They'll probably make it, especially next season, since we're not going to be burning as many... Well, I guess burning as much firewood. Maybe it'll be a little bit better. We finished Gasha Sava's quest. All right, we're good. We can sleep into the next season. Didn't mean to be here from start, but discovered lice on your two boys. Oh no! Been combing and combing till their scalps turn red. Oh man. Time to chop the hair. I don't know. Hopefully that's not too devastating. There's like soap for that, right? Is that like a thing? We have two babies, Nizi Budka and Nova Seattle. Also 3 pregnant ladies, Blanca Ludgarda and Noah Berta. We're in full force now. The baby boom is in full force. Give me a scythe. I gotta get my flax. Oh yeah, look at all this flax. Flax for days, flax for days. I'll put Blanca back in the sewing hut. She can keep making us more thread. Double checked on the potion of camo. They get a little closer, but not by much. However, if you sit still in the water, they seem to swim right up to you after a bit. Okay, okay. Well, our days of easy fish, I think, have come to an end. But it's okay. The Flatbread Mafia still reigns supreme. The Fish Mafia have just been nerfed a little bit. Also, has there always been a notification noise when villagers need something? You're hearing it for the first time. Notification sounds? I haven't heard anything yet. Or at least anything I've noticed. Maybe just a glitch. Yeah, I haven't heard anything yet. But if I do, I'll let you know. The baby boom have started. Look at this, look at this. We have 6 pregnant ladies in the village right now. And we have 5 mothers. That's like half the village. It's like half the village right now. We're gonna need more houses, which is gonna be more taxes. Oh man. You're getting like a beep sound every time? I'm not getting a beep sound, and I definitely had some new symbols just pop up. So I'm not sure what that is. Oh. We got 2 problems. First problem. Hunting lodge person, no longer working. Food stall worker, no longer working. Samosad, that's why we got you though. We got Samosad for this. The hunting lodge might just have to stay shut down. It's not like we need the meat and the leather that bad. Yeah, it's not like we really need this right now. So if any place is gonna stay shut down for a while, I'm fine with it being the hunting lodge. That being said, Blanca, I want to change your job. You're done with cooking. You're gonna have a baby soon, so we got to get prepared for that. But you're gonna go into the sewing hut. Back to the sewing hut, and you are gonna make linen thread. As much linen thread as you can. How are we looking in terms of coin? How are we looking in terms of coin? We have 6,000 saved. So we're at 9,000. The first season just went by and it was 2,500. So this is gonna be, I think, our first year over 10K taxes, which kind of sucks. But we'll definitely have enough. I was kind of hoping I'd have enough to buy like the sign, get like a village sign so I could fast travel over here. So that's gonna be like 10K. I'll have to do the math a bit more on the stalls, but since we lost a high level stall worker for a couple years now, we're kind of screwed. Hey, what's up, Empty? What's going on, man? How you doing? Now, I feel like if that was a thing, or if it was something like just recently added, unless it's something you can turn on and off in the settings, I figure they would have put it in the patch notes from today. I read it like earlier on, but there was like a teeny patch. Mostly just bug fixes, nothing like added or anything. And we'll turn all these onions into dye. Excuse me,
it's here
Berta. Can you
again.
move for a second? I need some dyes. Also, what are you gathering? It's summer. It would be nice to have some more berry bushes. You're getting 84 berries a day as well as 79 nightshade. Can we get 100 berries a day? Because then we could do at least like 2 berry bushes a year. It's the few decorations we have in the village in terms of bushes, since we can't find any bush seeds. Maybe we go explore for some items. We always need more cherry tree seedlings, or tree seedlings in general. I still have another 19 onions. If I get like 20 more clay bowls, I can make some more. Also, I need to change. Getting like a beep sound every time. You get a beep and you're on PS5. You get a beep? The secret console update? How come we don't got no beep? Not saying I necessarily want a beep, but user interface, play in the background. I don't see anything in terms of sound that's changed. Is it like an annoying beep, or is it just like a subtle sound? Now that definitely sounds like maybe a console thing then.
How can I help you?
It's not an annoying beep, just like a mellow, smooth beep. Turn off berries and food and water. Are they eating my berries? I would hope berries would be under most of the things we're eating. Yeah, we got berries off. We got the hunting lodge too. I'm not even using the hunting lodge 1, so that doesn't really do anything for me. Well, if it's subtle, then I feel like that wouldn't be too bad. As long as it's not like the sticky keys beeping sound. All right, let's put the bowl back. Let's change it to some lighter clothing. Hat, tunic, shoes. I don't think I want these gloves on either. You know, we haven't dyed a single piece of clothing. All I have is yellow. This village could be like a yellow-red. I'm only saying yellow-red because those are the only market stall colors we have. But it would look thematic. Okay, where's my yellow dye? I'm gonna dye my shirt. I have orange dye. That might look a little bit better. I mean, it's not very noticeable, but it's something different. It's something different. This is gonna be like the busiest season for our farmers. Actually, probably not, because they have like a whole oat field that they don't have to deal with. I think the farmers will be fine. You know, let's go look for those seeds. It would be cool if we could find some tree seedlings around. Decorative or non-decorative. Wintertime has to be the worst time of year. All your food goes to firewood. Can't build crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, firewood in the winter seasons can sometimes be rough. Try getting some houses insulated as soon as possible if you can. If you still have like houses made out of wattle, change them into stone. Or at the very least, try to daub up some of the wattle houses. I think we've changed all of our wattle houses over to stone now, so firewood has become a lot less of an issue now. But I mean, it's still a problem from time to time. Found that you can buy noble clothes in a large backpack even though you can't make them yourself yet. I don't think you need to know how to make them before being able to buy them. I want to say it's dependent on how many years go by. Because I do remember seeing that you can still buy a large backpack without having to have the technology for it. But it might not be till like year 2, 3, or 4. I don't remember which one it was exactly. It's just that first year you can't get all of the items super easily. But they become available eventually. Tin, bars, and ore. Couple planks. Not exactly what I'm looking for. That's what I need to update before I start designing. Yeah, that'll help, I would say, the most. And I would say start with the walls too, because if you're already having wood problems, it's not going to be that nice when you start changing all the roofs over to planks, because then it's just, what, for the small house, it's 24 logs just to change the roof over. So what I like to do before I completely transfer over to tier 3 is I'll just change all the walls to stone first. Leave the roof as like thatch. And then once you have better wood supplies, slowly but surely change the houses over to plank rooftops. But the stone walls help insulate drastically. And then especially more so with the limestone if you insulate the walls with that. Not a whole lot on the river today. At least on the Gustovia side.
Let's go.
Update them or build new houses. You're doing an all wood theme on your village. Does wood still help insulation? Yeah, the tier 2 houses will still help with insulation. Then you can still daub them up. It's gonna cost a lot more wood, but it'll be a little bit better than, say, the wattle houses. And I would probably just update them. So break the walls down, use your hammer, change the walls. If you have the skill, you can still get half your resources back from breaking it down completely. But I mean, if you don't need to break down the foundation, there's really no point to do so. Play this game and upgrading houses automatically upgrades the roofs. If you start with, like, let's say I pull out the tier 3 house. If I pull out the tier 3 house right here, it's going to be all tier 3. So if you want to save on wood a little bit when you start building, I can't really do this because I don't have stone. I pick up like 12 stone. This isn't going to work out. I got to be by the village to show this off as an example. It's right there, so I'll do it really quick. No, I'll just explain it. So when you have the houses, if you have a house like this, the first two houses I think are gonna keep the thatch roofs. Maybe the second one has plank roofs because I see planks here. So the first house is gonna be the only one that has thatch. If you put a tier 3 or tier 2 house down and then build it up to the point that you can see the roof, you can pull your hammer out and you can manually change each piece through the hammer. So then just change the roof to the thatch roofs. Now, if you're already building the tier 1 houses, then you just have to break the walls down, change all the walls to stone, and then keep the thatch roofs. But using your hammer, you can change the quality of each house. That's how it was initially till I think the Paint This Town update, like last fall, or sorry, last February. And that's when they had added the presets. So yeah, if you pull your hammer out and you like look at the roof, you can like change the pieces one by one. So an easy way to, I guess, kind of, because you can skip, I always like to skip the tier 2 houses, honestly, because it's just too many logs. Tier 2 costs so many logs and you're always having log problems. So I would rather just like go mining. Ooh, a camp. Let me mark this. I might be back here. I usually just skip the tier 2 houses. Sometimes I'll even skip the tier 2 workplace buildings if I don't need them. The only exceptions are maybe like the storage buildings for the extra space. But yeah, you can optimize logs by changing the roofs over back to straw.
Move on.
So you can keep the base and just reconstruct the rest. Pretty much, yeah. I'm not seeing anything over here. Maybe on the way back I'll find something. But I'm gonna follow the creek down to Yezrika. I feel like there are more seed bags on that route. But I will check up here because there's sometimes a barrel right by this corner. Which there is not, so I'm going back. You want to go to Simple House to Wood House? Wood houses are technically tier 2. So you have the wattle, which is like the sticks. That's tier 1. Then you have the wood houses, which are made out of logs. That's tier 2. And then stone is tier 3. But I think wood would still be better insulation than wattle, for example. It's just not going to be as good as, you know, the stone. But I mean, if your goal is to look, you know, houses made out of wood, then just stay with the wood houses. Just make sure to insulate them. Just daub them up, get some daub made. Daub all the walls, that'll help a lot. Nothing. Where's all the loot today? See, if I had this bad luck when I was looking for seeds, I would have never gotten my seeds. I'm just gonna keep going south. I feel like I have more opportunities for loot if I go this way. Sack? That's a sack right there. 2 sacks. Hop plants, I do need those. Apple trees. That's the tree I need the least, but I mean, any tree is good. Hops, though, that'll be nice since we're getting the tavern soon. Nah, the waterways are very empty this run. Those are like literally the only sacks that we found on the water. Aside from like the contraband, but that wasn't really anything. Hey, what's up, Layla? What's going on, Layla?
Let's go.
Yep, this is screwed. There's like nothing. I'm not even gonna follow that way. Oh, there's this though. An abandoned cart with some copper and tin. Not great, but I mean, I'll take it. Like 0 loot on the water this season. What part of the map is that? We're down by Yezrika. So I just stopped right here and decided to go back. Usually if you follow like all of these waterways, you can find like sacks and barrels. And those will have, I mean, it could have anything in it, but what we're looking for are seeds. And we did get a couple, to be fair, we got a couple. But I was looking for more like cherry seeds, or even better, some exotic good seeds. And we got neither. Still, I'll plant the hops. We can use something for the hops for sure. Let's just beeline back. We don't need to follow the water back. Though it might be a little dangerous in this area. You know, even though we don't have the money for... Yeah, you know what? I got a better idea. While we're down here, even though we don't have the money for... the Herald quest for the village sign, we did get the stables and we never picked up a horse. Horses are expensive, but you know what? I say we pick up a horse. I saw a Megan that was available. Even though it was a baby, I'd still wait a year for the horse to grow up. Wish we could get seeds from eating fruit, apples, plums, cherries, etc. I wish there were other ways to get seeds aside from the exotic goods vendors too. Like, yeah, if there was a way to cultivate your own seeds or go out in the wilds and find some of them, I think that'd be really cool. Yeah, Megan. We gotta bring Megan back. It's not a proper run without Megan. My villagers are out of water already. How are you guys out of water? Literally got a villager filling buckets. Gaseous lava, you are slacking. See some fur. See a water skin. Not seeds, but I mean, I'll pick up any plants I can. Plants. Any points of interest I can. Yo, my brain is just wired wrong today. I don't know what it is. There's something in the air. Something in the Virginia air that's scrambling my brain. Nothing over here. One of these days I'll build by that lake.
Let's go.
Some decent areas here. Let's kind of flatten these parts where this camp is, even though you'd be building over a bronze axe spawn. Ooh. Another water skin. Meat and coins. I'm gonna have to get off the donkey for this one. Leather. Bucket, more leather. Fur, more leather. berries, more fur. Decent stuff. And some firewood. I think that's everything though. All right, back to Hornica. Yo, chill, Wolf. Chill, 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 chill. I'm not trying to mess with you. I'm just trying to go into town. Hey, what's up, Dankest Gecko? New round here. Been looking into this game. Is this something that would be a good game for couples? I'd probably say so, yeah. You'll only be able to play on the Oxbow map because that's the main co-op map. But there's definitely plenty to be done for sure. We've done a big multiplayer run on stream for this. I usually play single player, but I have played this game with my wife before. The map that I'm playing on specifically is single player only, so this map specifically no, but in general, yeah, I think you could play. This would be a good couple game. Carolina, what do you need? Dangerous animals approach in the night? I'm not helping with that. I'm here for a horse. Megan, where is Megan? There she is. Though canonically Megan is a boy. Hence stallion, but the color is what matters the most, I'd say. Alright, we just gotta get back to the village now. We got a horse. We shall name her Megan. And now I just gotta wait for her to grow up. I think it only takes like a year, maybe 2 at the most for the horse to grow up. So we'll be riding Jimothy for at least this stream. But I mean, if it saves us some coin, that was like 3,000 right there. Yo, chill, Wizards. I'm in a dangerous neighborhood. Girls usually like to do the building and us guys are usually the ones doing the foraging and the fighting. I wouldn't say the fighting in this game is super extensive. There is fighting, there's combat. You got bandit camps and stuff. In fact, I need to clear one before the end of the season. And then obviously you have lots of hunting. But I would say like the combat takes a bit of a backseat in terms of like the building and the management sides of this game. Missed the Virginia air. Out of all the places you've lived, Virginia was your favorite geographically. I do like how it looks out here in Virginia compared to the deserts that I came from. But the weather can be crazy sometimes. Still waiting on Jimathan. We'll see, we'll see. Give him time, give him time. I may have to give him some food.
My mouth's dry.
All right, let me drink then.
Here.
Is Is there a lot of complexity to the building? I'd say the main complexity goes towards the management of keeping all of your villagers working and having them sustaining like your resources, bringing things in. The building is definitely not overcomplicated. It's mostly like prefabs. If you want to make it so that you build a little bit faster though, they have like options in the customized game settings here that allow you to tweak certain things. Now, at least with our community here, there's a lot of people once you get to like the late game of medieval where they like to start working on their village to the point where they try to make it look as cohesive as possible instead of just like buildings kind of just lumped around wherever. So we've been kind of getting towards doing that in this run. I can show off a little bit of what the village is here after I sleep. Lubomir, he's sleeping. Can't wake up Lubomir. But yeah, this is like the village that I've been working on the past like 8 years. I've been trying to work on the farm area to make it look a little bit nicer. I've rearranged a lot of the buildings in the town center. I would like to get like a little town square here. I think I'm still going to be rearranging more things. Like I don't like how this resource storage is looking in this area, so I think I'm gonna move it over here. But I don't know what I'm gonna do with the houses. This will probably, like, if you notice, like, there's this little section right here, like almost like a little square section around the roads. These will probably just be where we place houses. But I don't know what we're gonna do past that. I think we're gonna need another area where we put some production jobs. And I think it's gonna be like right over the water's edge here where we have our little bridge. This game's still updating. Yep. I think we have an update coming out in November, maybe end of November. They haven't announced exactly what it is. They've just given like small little hints on the roadmap. But we're getting a free update and they're adding like a small DLC. So like last summer, they added like bushes. It's like more decorations that you can place. And I'm guessing the next one's gonna be involving clothes. But I'm not entirely sure. This year, the game's been doing a lot of quality of life changes. Whether it be like being able to move buildings better, being able to customize buildings in terms of like color and patterns. Resource pooling has been a big one, where like your resource storage or your storage buildings have a proximity. So if you're within the proximity, you can build things as long as stuff is inside that building. Also, last summer they added the trees. We got the tree update, so now when you chop down trees, you can get like seedlings, and you can replant trees and have your own. How it used to work was if you chop down trees in this game, if you dig up the stumps, they won't grow back. So you'd have to like leave the stumps if you wanted them to grow back, else they'd be gone like permanently. But now with the seedlings, you don't really have to worry about accidentally getting rid of all of the trees that you wanted because you decided to clear the stumps. Hey, what's up, Drex? What's going on, man? Arrived home after a messy shift to a dual monitor and home-cooked food. Ooh. She completely reorganized your desktop and your home office. Oh, nice. We'll hope things get better. At least you're done with that messy shift, right? How does this hold up against Sengoku? I would say this game is a bit more refined, has a lot more features than Sengoku. Though Sengoku probably has, I would say Sengoku has a better combat system, and then the raids are a bit more fleshed out. So in terms of combat, I would say Sengoku probably has the better hand, but I think Medieval just looks and plays better. We have an animal that's missing food. Oh, that's the horse. That's the horse. Never mind. That is okay. We could live with that. I want to move some things around though. I don't know where this torch is going to be. Maybe right here. So I don't know where I'm going to move these just yet, but I do want to try and move the resource storage. I think I got to shift this around for now. Now we've gone through the main struggles, I think, for this run. I think the main issues we were having were just trying to find all the resources we needed so we could continue building. And now that we finished like all the story stuff, now we're just trying to see if we can survive without spending any, I guess, just buying or selling anything from vendors. Being completely self-sustaining through our own market stalls.
I'm not the one who sets prices. It's the market.
Like right here. This is what I want. It doesn't entirely fit. I'm thinking because the road, we may have to move a road. Yeah, the lower quality or higher quality tools don't break as fast. For the player, you can chop, like if you're using like an iron axe versus a stone axe, you'll chop trees down faster as well. But for the villagers, the durability is the only thing that affects them. The only way you're gonna get them to gather more resources is if you level up their skills. There we go. So we got resource storage here. We got food storage there. I guess we can put the road back down. I don't know what we're gonna put here. I still have a row of trees that needs to be planted.
I know not every marriage is built on love, but
Maybe the lumber or the woodshed. I think that was what I was playing with, or the idea of playing with. Like putting the woodshed here and then just planting some trees around it. In fact, you know what? Where's my other woodshed? The ground might be too uneven for this. Yeah, it's gonna be too uneven. Unless I did it this way. Nah, that's not gonna work either. Whoops, my bad, my bad. Yeah, we're just gonna have to leave it like this, which I think will be fine. This won't look as fancy. Let me see if I got any trees I can plant. I got no maple. I have a couple birch. I already have a handful of birch around here already. I would kind of prefer some maple. But I mean, I'll put some birch down for now. At the very least, we could do something with these after. Can't really fit it though. We'll see how it looks. I feel like I would prefer to have like a maple tree over there. I just need to get the seedlings for it. How's production tech looking? How close are we to the tavern? 87, we've gotten like 200, 300 tech. So we're like 1,200 away. Done for today. Tomorrow's a 20-hour again though. Oh my gosh, dude. That's crazy. Hey, what's up, nerd? What's going on, man? How's the challenge? It's good. We got 4 market stalls going and selling resources right now. We're rearranging the village a little bit. So I'm trying to move some things around, make it look a little bit more cohesive. I got another 4,000 coins. We only need 10K for taxes this year, assuming we don't build a whole bunch of new buildings. So I think taxes are going to be easy to meet. That being said, I don't know if we'll be able to buy the sign from the Herald. Because we got a Herald quest right now. We do have the happiness available. I think we finished 2 or 3 Herald quests. So at the very least, we should be able to get 1 upgrade from the Herald. Lubomir! Another feather. You think if you keep giving me feathers, I'll give you more ragdolls?
As long as he doesn't poke his nose into my business, I don't poke my nose into his.
Now, right now, I'm just trying to see if we can, while we're kind of like working on the village, I'm trying to get my tech up, because I think we're going to rip out these fields and put the tavern here. And everything will then kind of be like in a central area. Lunch is over, back to work. Sounds good, Jen. Appreciate you stopping by. These houses definitely are not going to stay. The sitting stump can go. Yeah, I don't know where I would live. Maybe over here. Like a house here, and then I can just go into town very easily. I haven't decided how we would set up neighborhoods yet. Maybe on this side. I don't know, there's not a whole lot of room over here either. I still need to find a place for the kitchen. I think where my house is would make the most sense for the kitchen, but it's still not a lot of space. Like if we had the kitchen leading up to here. Because realistically, if the tavern is over here, I feel like I'm going to want to have the kitchen somewhere in this area. So wherever I move the kitchen, I feel like is going to be a temporary spot. So honestly, I'm just going to put it next to the house. Until we have a more concrete idea. We at least want to keep the well and the kitchen next to each other. Because we are going to need to make some more flatbread. How much are we selling right now? We had like 700 left. You're selling 80 a day. And you are selling 250 a day. So that's 330. So in like a season, we'll be out. So we do need to make more. We're almost out of water buckets too. or buckets in general. Sorry, wife.
Is what greed can bring us.
Did you have a quest for me this season? No, you
Our possessions,
do not.
they're far too heavy to burn.
140, that's it? But I guess all my buckets are actually gone.
Summer. The only time when you're not sure if you're sweating from the heat or from hard work.
My poor logs, they're gonna be feeling it. We're halfway for the Herald quest in terms of logs. 220 out of 500. I'm worried we're not gonna make the cutoff point though. I'm actually gonna have to go out of my way and chop trees, I think. If we don't hire anybody this year, maybe we'll be fine. Maybe we'll be fine.
How is life treating you?
Ooh, a gift? Pear
Don't worry,
juice.
I'll wait. Hey, darling.
Thank you. Please move. All right, what's weighing me down? Certainly not the 24 buckets of water. All right, hold up. We were able to hold 24 just a second ago. Let me put some stuff away. You're not gonna make your latest Herald quest. You need to get 70 winter caps. 70. That's a lot. I don't know why I have 100 bolts on me. Or all these torches. Try and clean up my inventory a little bit. I don't know what's preventing us from being able to hold all these buckets. I don't think I had any, like, weight buffs. Maybe that'll be enough. Yeah, that's enough.
I can't say a bad word about our king. I can't say a good word either.
Still quite early game. Yeah, that's gotta be a lot of fur. Winter caps is the early one, right? So that would just be like fur and leather. You'd have to do a lot of hunting. $700 carrots for a snowman army. That's a lot of carrots. For this run, honestly, we've had some really good luck on the Herald quests. I know it can be really dependent on the run, whether it's like really good or bad. But this run for us, at least, it's been decent. At least they waited 8 years before they gave us the 500 log quest. Now, I don't have the bars, but I'm pretty sure all I gotta do is
You really need all these.
make the bars.
I need some water, boss.
Shut up, Svetapelk.
I know what
Don't you see I'm making water into flatbread?
Parent, and your child is silent for a bit. Hello, lover. Hi, honey.
Just always in the way, just always in the way, I'm sorry. But you are. Give me some space, or fill up buckets faster. That would be nice. The log one is always your first one. It seems hated with a passion. If you get the log quest, your first quest, just start a new run. It's GG. Because now you're gonna be behind another quest, and then you gotta do an extra one to catch up. Nah, getting the log one first is the worst. All right, we got more Flatbread. We got 1,400. It only took a season before they got rid of that last season.
Hey, darling.
But we're making progress. We're making progress. There's no way we don't get the Tavern this stream. How are we looking now? 9130 out of 10K. We're almost there. We unlocked the resource storage 3. That's actually huge. I might build that like right now. You ignored it the first time and then you got it again. What are the odds? What are the odds? How many hours into this village am I? That's a good question. It'd be like 30? Maybe about 30?
Hello, lover.
I definitely haven't been I haven't been very focused on making the village look nice this time around. I've started trying a little bit now, but those first couple years were a struggle. It probably took like year 3 or year 4 before we were completely online and started getting the ball rolling. But this challenge has complicated things a little bit. I wish, gosh, Slav, I wish I could have a private wagoner.
Price is so low, you won't believe
What's up, David? Mega Bog. I was looking at it on Steam the other day because of you, I'll be honest. I was looking at it.
Hi, honey.
All right, last set of Flatbread for the season.
I saw Stranger Things.
I was scrolling through the Steam games because of all the Next Fest demos. I tried a handful of demos too, by the way. Some like medieval games. I'll be honest, a lot of them were kind of mid.
Worst thing about this time of year.
Everyone looked good though. Everyone looked actually pretty decent. I still want to play that sometime. There's a demo of Megabonk. Is there really? I didn't see that now. I mean, the game wasn't super expensive. It was like, what, like 10 bucks? Oh, we're out of room here. Too much Flatbread. Actually, no, too much rot, too much pike. Here, let me leave the water here for a second. Better yet, let me pull half the cabbage out. Like all this cabbage that's about to rot, let me just take this. And I'm just gonna leave this on the ground. Let that rot. We'll take our current rot. Let's craft it into fertilizer. Nah, yeah, it definitely was. It's definitely, you know, cheap in comparison to game prices. But I don't know how long it would fill my my attention. It'd probably be one of those games that I played for like a couple hours on stream at the most if I did. And I can't imagine I'd play too much more after that. Those like Vampire Survivor type games where you like shoot a bunch of things and level up. I've played a handful of them. And it's an alright. It's an alright genre. Mega Block definitely looks more interesting than something like Vampire Survivors though, since it's third person. And some more on the crazier side in terms of like the stylization. For like in a positive way. I think that's all the fertilizer we're making here. Is there anything else I can thresh? Wheat grain? Not really. I'm not gonna grind anything up because I have plenty of flour still. Let's upgrade our storage. I'm gonna need to make 60 planks, so that's like 30 logs I'm throwing out. But it'll be for a good cause.
How are you? Goodbye. No worries. I'll wait.
Said I needed 30 planks, I think. Or was it 60? I'll start with 30. All right, resource storage 3. We needed 60. All right, well, let me get the planks down that I have currently. I wish they made it so that even though like you're working on the storage, you could still pull resources from the storage that you're building. Because when this happens, then you gotta like pull all the stones and the logs out. Thankfully, the chest is still there, so you can use it. But it'd be nice if they just like lowered the proximity to the size of the storage. If they're worried about people like using resources from a half-built storage building. I feel like at the very least, the building itself should be within the proximity. Hey, what's up, Crip? What's going on, man?
Do with a drink.
Here we got some stone on the ground. And then we just need a few more logs. A few more planks. Handful of planks.
I'm dying of thirst.
I'm running to where my log storage used to be. Oh, and I can't build it because the storage isn't complete. This is extra. All right, let me go pull the logs out first. I only need 15, right? Convert all these into planks. And we'll have a roof. We'll have an extra 2,000 carry weight in our storage building. All right, there it is. Then hopefully I can put all the stone in here so I don't have to leave the ground all cluttered. Maybe even the daub, though the daub is kind of heavy. Meat bottle can go in there too, why not? So we're at 3,800 out of 6K. Here, while I'm thinking about it, Let's turn all the iron that we got into bars.
I don't get why some people don't like this fish.
I can spend like 20 of them.
Hey, hand me a fish wine and I'll give that a try.
I don't know what to use it on though. Do I want to buy any recipes?
Are you an aspiring mule?
I don't have the axe recipe. I don't have the shovel. All we have is the pickaxe and the scythe. I would say maybe shearing scissors. We still need to get a sheep. Yeah, let's get shearing scissors.
Enjoy this summer. No year has to.
I'll save a couple extra in case I need them for something else. But we got a couple shearing scissors. We're gonna get a fold going. We're gonna pick up 2 sheep. And then hopefully they can start breeding and bringing in some babies. I have bronze shearing scissors, but I don't think I'm gonna have them use those because we're selling them. And the fold, I don't know where the fold's gonna go. I'll probably just put it in the back for now. Wherever it fits. Right now we just need to get the sheep. Luckily, we're right by the town that sells sheep, so we can pick them up before the end of the season. If we're lucky, maybe they'll even have babies. But part of me doubts it. Here, can I reach this and throw some food in? All right, let's go. Let's find these sheep. The only animals that we're missing after sheep are goats and cows. So if we wanted to start bringing in milk and making cheese, we could technically do that with a couple goats. Might not be a bad idea too, considering how we're doing on money. This is the wrong village. Made it hours before the stream ended with time to spare. You could chill and watch the live stream. Been playing a lot of Fallout. I did see the screenshot you posted in the Discord. It's been a hot minute since I played some Fallout. $2,000. What do you think I'm made of money? All right, well, I got 2 sheep. The others will have to just make new sheep for me. That's as much as I'm willing to go. Just notice all fish give you the same amount of meat when you cut them up. Any reason why pike is harder to catch and more expensive? Pike should give you 7, perch should give you 4, and roach should give you 1. Unless that's a new bug. They shouldn't all be the same. Yeah, you should be getting 7 with the pike. Can you play this game with a friend? Yep. You can play up to 4 players cross-play. On the Oxbow map at the very least. This map that I'm playing currently is a single player only map, but there are 2 maps, and the other map is multiplayer. A rat sneaks into my house and steals all the coins from my sack. I need those coins. We have a new villager and we have 2 female chicks. Nice. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Lubomir, you have a quest for me. You're bored. Bring my son a toy sword. I can't. I'm sorry, son. I don't know where to find a toy sword. But you can have this ragdoll. That's the best you're gonna get.
It sure is frosty.
All right, we got oats ready. We got cabbage ready. I'm gonna let them get the cabbage, but I will pick up the oats. Iron scythe, where is it? Right there. What's best to sell? Salted, dried, or cooked fish / meat? Usually for sake of ease, I'll probably just sell the roasted meat. I'll have like a farmer, or sorry, not a farmer. I'll have a fisher just automate bringing in fish, and then I'll just cook the food on my own. But if you want to chop it into like fish meat and stuff, I would recommend making like fish tart or something like that. My son aged backwards? What do you mean aged backwards? Now we're this is a new run. This is a new run. Different run. Toy sword from the Blacksmithing Hornica. If only I could buy it. I'm not allowed to buy anything from vendors, so my son's gonna have to. Would I have a sword? I have a sword in my storage. Lubomir, it's your lucky day. You get 2 gifts in a single season. You're lucky, because if I didn't have that toy sword, you wouldn't have gotten nothing. Unless there was a toy sword somewhere I could steal, which I wouldn't know that location off the top of my head. Oh, what's going on, Dan? How you doing? Think you can craft a toy sword, just don't remember where. I don't think so. That would be kind of crazy if you could. I assume if you could, it would probably be here. But I don't think we can craft toy swords. It would be cool though if we could. It'd be cool if they let us craft swords, toy swords, ragdolls. Gifts in general, since they're only all tied down to the exotic vendors. Yeah, let me get some warm clothing. Rich coat, gloves, excellent boots, and shawl. I think that should be enough. If I need to put a hat on, I guess I'll just put a hat on right now. Since I'm here. Winter cap. They're all kind of breaking. But it's on. Can craft snow. Yeah, you can do that in the winter for free. You can throw snowballs. Sounds good, man. Good luck in your New Vegas run. See you around. We are out of buckets for the well to craft buckets, or to fill buckets rather. So I guess I'll make some more planks so I can make some more buckets. Though we're only going down in logs. I feel like every season we're just getting less and less. I'm spending too many. Hopefully these are the last buckets we need. And they won't be needing any more buckets. All right, gosh, this lava should be good now. Is there anything I can turn down? I could shut down firewood a little bit, then just like make firewood as I need it. That might be the play. Because then they can bring in 100 logs. These guys can bring in what, 60 logs? Let's turn off sticks too. We don't need sticks. Just all logs. That's 180 logs a day. How many seasons we have left for this? 2 seasons. We're cutting it close, that's for sure. At least we have everything else though. Do I still have room to hire another person? I think I filled that house up. Yeah, we filled the house. Because I kind of want Georgiana in this building. I guess we'll have to shut down the barn again. But then Georgiana could be here, and we can turn up wool. We'll get a couple wool a day. 12. It's pretty good. That's only like 1 thread. The menu looks like Oblivion, so cool. Oblivion was probably my favorite of the Elder Scrolls games. And I'd say the combat in this game is probably, if there's anything I would compare it to, the closest comparison would probably be Elder Scrolls. Like Oblivion, Skyrim type combat. We can make bronze with this. I think we still have a bunch of bronze on the ground here. And the iron, I'll just leave it. Let me check. Are you selling shearing scissors, Norberta? You're selling 13 a day. We have 177. All right, how about tools? Since we have all this bronze. You have 1 bronze axe, 4 knives, 4 hoes, 3 picks. I think we need more picks. Actually, no, we have iron picks. We have a couple iron picks. We have 4 iron picks left, 5 scythes, 4 knives. We don't really need tools. 4 iron axes and 1 bronze axe. I guess we're getting kind of low on axes. Maybe make some. It's gonna be a few logs I use though. So I'll just make like 5. 5 bronze axes. A challenge run could be playing without the HUD on. That would be a real challenge. Just play like this. It'd be a little inconvenient, but you know what? I think I could do it. At the very least, you can still go into your inventory and check like, oh, my health and my food. You can see your carry weight. The main things you'd have to keep an eye on are your management. Making sure everything is working just fine. Hardcore and remote, exactly, yeah. I think I'm just gonna leave this bronze on the ground too. In fact, maybe we gotta have like a wicker basket, right, that I found. Of all the loot that we've gobbled, One of them's got to be a large wicker basket. Wicker crate? Close enough. I'll take a wicker crate. Because then we can at least put the metal somewhere. And if I need to move it easily, I can do so. So I'm just going to take all of my metal here. Leave it in the crate. Oh, wait, hold on. Since they changed stacking, if I like try and stack a bunch of bronze. Okay. So you could maybe make stacks a little bit better now. Things won't explode anymore when you put them all down at the same time. Here, move this for a second. Yeah, you could get like a... It's still wobbling. Oh! Yeah. So there's definitely still a limit on how much you can stack at once. I mean, that's kind of cool, I guess. Shake it around. All right. Horse and donkey still need food. That is okay. Oh, they got the oats before I could get to them. I guess that's also okay. We are 250 tech away from the tavern. We're like right there. The only other buildings we're missing are cowshed, apiary. What if I go get some... What if I get like a goat or two? And just throw them in the one fold I have. Then I can get a mix of milk and... Yeah, let's do that. Because then I can save money on not having to pick up cows. I think I'll still have enough for the tax season. Just in case they actually need food, I'll throw some in here. 5 food for y'all. I'm sure they'll finish it before the end of the season. Let's travel to Denica.
Onward.
How's taxes looking right now? 5K?
Let's go.
Yeah, so like 11,000 is probably gonna be our number. 11 to 12K in taxes. Ooh, a camp. This is a good one.
Stop.
Drinks for days, drinks for days. We got a potion of sobriety, mead bottle, beer bottle, salted fish meat, hair wine. We got a hat, few firewood. You know, most runs I skip on the firewood. I feel like for whatever reason, this run I've been picking up all the firewood. Probably everything. Oh, we forgot to clear out that Bandy camp too. Whoops. Think of all the loot that could have been there. Maybe it's your subconscious telling you to save on logs. You know, I think it is. I think it is. I've been a lot more resource conscious this run than most runs. I'd argue even more so than my hammer only challenge, which was probably more of a resource conscious challenge. But since I was just able to buy everything, it was a lot easier. Yeah, the camp's not here. Oh well. Probably missed out on a little bit of money, but we'll survive. right, Denica. Bring me the goats. Bring me the goats. I wish for 2 goats. 500? All right, goats are cheap. We got 2 goats and we got 2 sheep. We will start getting milk and we will start getting wool now. How much milk can you get from a single goat though? I don't usually have both in one building. I usually like to separate them. But since I'm trying to save, we're not going to be able to get a single bucket of milk from this goat. We will not be able to get a single bucket. All right, so I'm manually milking the goat then, I see. It's the only way. Hold up, turn around. Make sure to pick up any pile of leaves you see.
Move on.
Even if it's only feathers. It could be wine next time. Also, there's a camp over here. That's got some logs. Stone axe, copper knife, copper axe. Also a turned over cart here. Lots of clay, cherry wine, wine bottle. It's very dark. It's a dark fall. Yeah, that's everything. Recommend not milking the male goat, but I'm not judging. I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, that's a bandit camp. A small camp, but a camp nonetheless. Turn around, turn around. You're still walking over here. Yo, he's on me. No, I'll fight him. I'll fight him. Turn around, Axeman. Or don't. That's fine, too. Yeah, I don't need armor versus weak bandits. Maybe. No, we're good, we're good. Some coins, some nothing. Oh no, he's got 20 coins. Weren't there 4 of you? Dried meat, cabbage, flatbread. Free flatbread. Winter clothes. I mean, those would be useful. Firewood, now you're talking. And a wicker crate. Wooden round shield. Broke my torch, my only torch. I think that's everything. Wasn't running away. It was a strategic. I forgot the word. A strategic retreat. Feel Rob should be able to take all of their armor and clothes. That would be nice. Being able to get like clothes or like lower quality clothing drops from them. Even if it was just like a chance. I think it'd be nice. Wish the VR version of this had horses you could ride. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. I was wondering how much the VR version of Medieval has changed since I last played it like a year and a half ago. I don't remember if there were any animals when I was playing, but I think horses would be cool. Try and get it as close to 1-to-1 with the console or PC Medieval Dynasty.
No refunds. And I don't care that it's been
Alright, we can put all this stuff back now. Food will go in food storage. I will keep all these winter clothes, even though I probably won't wear them or use them. Same with the cudgels. You know what we could do? This would clear out my inventory pretty quickly. If I turn everything on in here, toggle it all, keep selling like 90% shearing scissors. But let's start getting rid of like these cudgels, these spiked cudgels. Stone arrows. Just kind of like cleaning out my storage full of all these like this junk that I can't really sell to vendors anymore. Even if the clothes are between like 10 to 20% quality. It would be cool if they drop clothes and if they had an ability to repair clothes. I wonder if they'll ever add like repairs. You're Addicted to It has changed a lot over the past 6 to 8 months and has co-op for 1 now. Ooh. You got badgers, wolves, bandits, oxes, what do they call them? No horses or cows yet though. I remember the wolves and the bandits, but I don't remember badgers or the ox. Now, there was one thing that I remember being upset about at the time was VR Medieval Dynasty got swords before console or PC Medieval Dynasty. I was like, how do they have swords and we still can't wield swords? And then they added swords.
the season of preparation. How do you do?
I would try streaming more VR Dynasty if it wasn't such a pain to set up the VR with streaming and stuff. Yo, you guys need to get a move on these fields. All right, let's make some more flatbread. Let's get our tech.
How are you? Take care.
Free drink? Hair juice.
Hey,
Why, thank
darling.
you. Time to break all the buckets that we just got. They added fishing recently with a fishing hut and also a tavern with a mini game serving people food for money. Oh, that sounds kind of cool. Maybe I'll have to boot it up and just try it on my own. Because I still have my VR set and everything, so I can still play the game. There's a new app on the Quest 3 store for streaming. It seems okay. I have a Quest 2, I think. So, I mean, if Quest 2 could use it, maybe that would help. But I remember trying to make a video of like VR Medieval Dynasty was kind of a pain at the point. And speaking of cows, we just unlocked cows. Though I do recall seeing a new They had an app for Steam VR. Because I remember what you needed to do with, if you wanted to like play your VR Steam games, you'd have to like get the Steam link and download like Steam VR on your PC. And now I don't think you need the Steam link anymore. You just need Steam VR on the PC and an app. So it seems like the VR apps are getting a little bit better. Now I don't need to be like plugged in.
Hey, darling.
I recall once trying to play, I think, it might have been either, it might have been both. I think it was like Skyrim VR or Phasmophobia VR. And I had to like be plugged in. But I actually tried the Steam VR app and that seemed to be, it works pretty well. It's called Beam XR. All right, maybe I need to remember that then. For any future potential VR streams, if I ever wanted to play some more VR Dynasty. All right, villagers are unhappy with no water, but they're just gonna have to suffer through it. I'm using all the buckets. Actually, storage is full. That's not great. That means we don't have room for all of this flatbread. Well, it's mostly cabbage that's weighing us down here. So let's drop. Here, I'll take this 200. And then half of this other stack. Because we're bringing in a bunch of cabbage this season. Then I can throw the flatbread back in. We're just so close. We're so close to unlocking the tavern. Literally less than 100. I might be able to do with these 7 buckets. I don't think so. I'm gonna need more than these 7 buckets.
Hi, honey.
Maybe in 10 buckets. All right, what'll it be? 170 flatbread. That should give me like 60 tech points, which is more than enough. There it is, the tavern. We finally unlocked it. This version you're playing had first person, you'd give it a try. Third person's okay, but you're used to first person. First person's an option this game. Technically this game was built for first person. I'm just more of a third person preference type of person. But now you can play this game first person. They added the third person like around the time multiplayer came out in the game. But now the game works just fine in first person. All right, there's another 170. I'm gonna throw the buckets in here. Villagers start filling up buckets, i.e. my wife. She's the bucket villager. And now we can start worrying about the tavern. So before you start, you know what, let me break this field. So we're gonna be putting the tavern here, I think. We may have to expand our fields else places. But yeah, it should fit. I think I'll need to make more planks. But then we can figure out like the proper placement for this thing. I didn't see how many planks it said I needed. 96. I don't know how to math. Seems like the buildings and their layouts are the same in the VR version. I'm pretty sure they are. They were when I was playing, like the houses were basically the same. I think they tried to keep it as one-to-one as possible. From what I recall, like the villagers look a little bit different. Like the villagers don't look the exact same. But for the most part, I think a lot of it is as similar as possible. They have the same production company, but not the same developers. So I think RenderCube makes the PC or console version, whereas Spectral Games makes the VR version. But there it is. We have a tavern. Now we can start making juices and wines. Finally, we can use all these juices.
I haven't been drinking enough today.
I'm gonna buy the scheme. Oh, this is... I gotta be careful here. I'm running out of coin. I got 3,000. I got 3,000 in storage here. So let me do the math really quick. Let's see how much I can actually spend. So if I have 6,000, I need 5,000 more for taxes, I think. Oh wait, no, that's all I have total. What? Say what? What happened to my coin? Did my money bug out or did I spend it all? I don't even know. All right, well, let's do the math really quick. So this building is making 800 a day. This building is making 1,100. So let's say like 2,000 a day for these two buildings. This building is making 900, so 2,900, and this building is making 500. So we're making 3,400 a day. So one more day, 3 days, that's about like 10,000. If we don't spend our money, we'll be fine. As long as we stop spending, I think we'll be good to pay taxes by next season. We might be able to spend like 1,000 because we'll have an extra day in the spring. I don't think we'll be super late on taxes. So what I'm gonna do is actually, I'm gonna buy...
I'm dying of thirst.
Then keep dying, keep dying. Yeah, the wines are gonna be expensive. But we could start making juice. I have mostly apples, but I have a handful of pear and plum. I kind of like having the apples so I can eat them. What about like rye beer? Rye beer I would actually use. Let's buy the rye beer.
I could really do with a drink.
You can drink in the morning. We gotta sleep. You're in the developer Discord and chat with them. People request stuff there, but some things they don't plan on doing. For instance, adding horses, at least not anytime soon. Which says let us make money in the VR version of buildings. I mean, there is the Tavern minigame, but you have to do it yourself. No NPC to provide them food, just collect stuff. Oh, really? So you can't like generate money through buildings in the VR version? I really don't know a whole lot about the VR version because I only played it maybe like 10 hours at the most. Probably closer to like 6 or 7. right, now that we can make rye beer, I'm gonna fill up a couple buckets and I'm gonna make like a dozen rye beer. Only building that makes money is Tavern, but it's human ran with open close sign. I see, okay. So definitely a bit different than this game. For this game, you can set up a tavern worker and the tavern worker can make juices, wines, beers, meads, all the alcohols, essentially using these 3 crafting stations. And this stuff is like high quality in terms of money, like if you want to make money and sell this stuff. So I'm actually gonna make all the rye beer. Probably won't sell the rye beer. I will use these for the carry weight buffs. But it's probably one of the best things you can drink in the game. Still a little heavy though. We really need a resource storage or food storage 3. I could build a second food storage, but I don't really want to. I feel like we could work within our means here. Maybe if we cook the fish, I don't know if it'll take up less space. I'm still getting turned around. I forgot I moved the kitchen here. But yeah, we could cook all this pike. I don't know if it's gonna be lighter or heavier. Hopefully it's gonna be a little bit lighter. It was like 25 pounds. It's the exact same. Which I guess makes sense. Maybe a little bit heavier because I wasn't able to put all of it back. But I mean, I'll just eat it. Feeling quite hungry here. Tavern seems overrated. Too many operations, too little profit. It would be nicer if we got the tavern earlier. What I've always thought would be cool is if the tavern was maybe more of a mid-game building that doesn't necessarily have wines or like high-level meads and stuff, but you could still make maybe a couple beers and some juices, and then have like a tier 2 tavern, and that tavern has like the higher quality foods with the better resources, or the better food buffs, rather. But now you can make good money out of the tavern. You need a high-level producer if you want to get the most out of it, but you could make a fair amount. Yo, settle down. Combat music? Are we under attack? What did I do? The music's bugging right now. All right, we're fixed. I don't know why that happens sometimes. Can you upgrade your house from wattle to stone as a whole, or you have to do it by wall? You gotta do it wall by wall. Unless you just rip the house down completely and use a new prefab. And you just like change the prefab. Else you gotta go to your walls, break a wall down, change the wall, and so on and so forth. It's not like with the workplaces where you can just take a higher tier version and put it on top and it'll work. Uh-oh, we're out of firewood. Out of firewood, and we're not even close to the log number we need.
Hail, friend.
Coins and food storage. Was there coin and food storage that I put in there? Nah, there's no coins and food storage. That would be nice. I could use some more coins. That tavern's open. The one in VR is closed off with the doorways and no door. I wish we could have a closed off version of the tavern. I don't really like that the tavern in Medieval's always open. What I'll do sometimes is I'll make my own walls to kind of close it off myself. I bought another recipe. I shouldn't have done that. I like sometimes take log walls or whatever, maybe hedge walls if I want to do hedges, and I'll just like cover it on the sides. It'll still be open on the top side, but you can decorate it to make it look a little bit better. I do have room to put the kitchen here, I guess, if I wanted to, but it's kind of close to my farm stuff. I'd much rather it be on this side, I think. But then I'm gonna have to redo a good amount of my fields, which I might just start doing now. Because I did say I was gonna set up a new field. I ripped out like 50 plots. So maybe we get another like 50 plotter going. Yeah, we could do a 60. Let's do a 60 right here. I don't think I have a hoe on me. But this field will probably just be a usual rotation. So, rye in the fall, flax in spring, cabbage in summer. And we'll add more, but for now, let's just start with like a 60 plot. By the way, Jay, you have open door to devs. Not really. Like I said, I have no insider knowledge. You want them to add the min-max option when setting percentage when managing activities? Oh, like, so you can, instead of having to like scroll to 100, for example, you could just press like 100 and it goes to the top. I mean, that would be kind of nice. Or like have like a slider. That could also be cool. Do I have room to have it go this way? Doesn't seem like it. Not that I'd want it to be that way. I do think I'm gonna have to rip out these orchards though. These poor 6 apple trees. It was nice to have you while I did. I'm thinking before I rip them out. And I gotta wait a couple more years for them to grow. So if I'm looking at the village, this is what we got going on, at least in terms of a town center. We got a smithy and the kitchen as like our main focuses in the center, because that's what we're mostly using for our own production. but I kind of want to move the kitchen over here somehow. If I rip out this orchard and move some of these fields a little bit, I can scoot this over. Stop that before it gets out of hand. And then I could put the kitchen like right next to it. And then maybe fit the well. My issue is it's kind of close to the barn. I don't really like how close it is to the barn. I don't know what I'm gonna do to change that. I might just move the barn. Maybe I move the barn onto this side instead of on this side of the field. But that's gonna be a lot more, I think, changing. I don't know, I feel like we could make this work. I just don't exactly know where I'm gonna put the kitchen permanently. I have it literally like sitting next to the house. Maybe over here? Maybe on this side? No, that's not gonna work. Not a whole lot of room there.
As long as he doesn't poke his nose into my business, I don't poke my nose into his.
One thing about VR is you don't need clothes because you can't see your character except for hands. You can do multiple fences and walls at once. You gotta do it one by one, really? I never set up fences in the VR version. But now you can do multiple walls at once. I wish they had snaps on the fences. But I mean, we work with what we get. And we try to do our best with what we got. Like, you can also add things onto the taverns if you want to add some daub, or if you want to change the color, add some banners, or want a planter. Yeah, we can throw on planters. I'll put this road here for now, even though I don't think this is going to be the final location. It'll help me get an idea as to how I want this place to look. Is there really no more room on the... towards the wall? I think the roof is kind of conflicting with the bushes, and that's what's making it so I can only go that far back. You want to keep X amount options, so when the workshop stops making buckets when you're down to X amount of planks. That would also be very nice. I know a lot of people want that, especially for farming, because what will happen often is people will be working on farms, or I'll be working on farms. I'll use this as an example, and I'll be wanting to make some flatbread or something. So I go to the barn and I go to the kern and I start turning everything into flour, and before I realize it, I turned all my seeds into flour. And it'd be nice if you could just like prevent, you know, 100 grain from being used.
Remember,
But I think that's another
I'm not the one
really good
who
idea in
sets
terms of,
prices. It's the
I guess, cleaning things up, polishing things.
market.
But I've done that so many times. Like, this is the reason why I keep seeds on my barn floor now. So like, I have 100 seeds or 100 oat grain on the floor, because if I accidentally turn all my oats into oat grain, I want to make sure I have some to plant, right? All right, looks like they sold some of the items that we were trying to get rid of. The cudgels, the spiked cudgels are still selling. But how about you sell... What else can we sell? Keep selling arrows for now. Alright, that cleared its problem out.
I should bring my
You guys get custom paths. You want that in VR, but they haven't responded to your request for custom paths for our settlement towns. We have a path, the gravel roads. I really want more options though. I feel like if we had like 2 or 3 other road options, that would be cool. Like the gravel's nice, but I think it'd be cool if there was like a dirt path, like a cobblestone path, maybe like a tile stone or something like that. Yeah, I might go chop some trees down for these guys. I don't know if we're gonna make it to the 500 by the end of next season. Yeah, we have next season to get 180 logs. I think I'm gonna help them. Hope VR gets something like that at some point. I think that would be cool. Yeah, I'm definitely not sure how far along the VR version is compared to the PC console version. One of these days I'll have to boot it up again and see what it's like. Thanks for all your content for this game, Jay. Learned a lot from it. Glad I could help Grinder. If you put a crate in front of the barn with seeds, will it be used? Nah, they won't be used. You could have like a crate, you could have like a barrel. They don't have to be on the ground. I kind of just throw them on the ground because it's convenient. But now, if you wanted to have like a sack or something, if you wanted a barrel, if you wanted to put them in the farm shed chest, that might also work. I don't think you craft things through your farm shed chest. So if you put seeds in there, it might be okay. I would have to test that though. Yeah, see, I got an extra set of oat grain over here. I really don't want to accidentally use all my oats. Mart stall. Ran out again. I think this time it's the spiked cudgels. I'm gonna be making a lot of like changes on this building over time. Mostly just to get rid of all the extra things in our storage that we don't need. Villagers out of firewood. Just gonna have to suffer for a while. Don't know what to tell you. You can craft through the farm shed chest, then yeah, then don't put them in that chest then. Definitely don't do that. I'm glad I built in a village around maple trees. I know some of these maple trees are ones that I've grown, but I know a lot of them aren't. Makes for getting logs a lot easier. They should be able to get 100 logs before the end of next season. They're getting 180. I'm making some of it into firewood. In fact, I'll make some of this into firewood.
Treating you? How can I help you?
Since they need it. I have what, 20? VR version can only grow apple and pear trees so far, and only 5 of each. Oh yeah, so you guys don't have all the trees that we have. We have apple, pear, plum, and cherry, and then hops plants. And then seedlings for like the maple, birch, and spruce trees. But that update didn't come out till, I don't know, a couple months ago, summer.
Someone has been buttering our king up.
Yeah, my villagers, we're having a log problem right now, or rather, I'm trying to save on logs. The current Herald quest I have requires 500 logs. I have 380. But we need to get it done in the next 2 seasons. So I shut off firewood making, so I'm only making the firewood for my villagers. And then once we get this 400, or all these 500 logs in, I can go back to having my villagers make firewood. And then maybe we'll have less firewood problems. Just maybe. Hey, what's up, Drix? What I missed so far? We got the tavern. We built up the tavern. We don't have anybody working there yet, but I'm trying to get a little bit of a jump start on this Herald quest. We have all the stone. We have all the iron bars. We just need 100 logs left. So I'm getting them a couple logs here. I made them some firewood. It's speeding up the process a little bit more. Because my hope is by winter, because they're going to be using a lot of firewood in the winter. If I can get this done before winter and get my villagers back on making firewood, I'd be happy. Oh, that symbol is animal feed. So I have a horse in a stable, a baby horse in a stable. And I just, if they're in the stable, I usually just don't feed them. The donkeys I happen to give food, but old Megan's gonna have to survive without food for now. She doesn't really generate any resources, so we don't need to give her any food. It's not like she's like gonna die of starvation or anything. Now we're making progress. We're making progress. 70 logs left. I don't know why this tree's on the ground already, but I mean, I'll free tree. You know, OCD and have to solve all the problems the symbols indicate. I used to be like that. If it's like an anvil symbol, like I have a resource problem going, I try and fix those ones up as soon as possible. But if it's just like the horse or the donkey needs animal feed, I'll leave it. Because if it's like, you know, if it says 1, I know it's the horse. If it says 3, then I know it's going to be the horse and the donkeys. If it's more than 3, then I know something's up. I've never seen it look so clear here. Because of all the trees I chopped. But I really need 35 more logs. We could definitely get this quest done by the end of the season. Though we have to fast travel, or I don't know if we're gonna fast travel. We gotta ride down to Yezerka. More logs on the ground. The sad part too is this is going to be like the third Herald quest I think that we finished for our king. So technically we could get the upgrades like the fast traveling to the village and the colors for the village, but we don't have the money for it because we can't sell it to other vendors. The 4 market stalls we have are barely keeping us from getting enough taxes this next year. One of our diplomacy workers had a baby, unfortunately, so we lost a lot of daily coin from that. But we should still be able to break even. I did buy a horse at the very least, so we will have a horse probably next year ready. Because we've had the stables for a couple years now, we just haven't had the money to pick up a horse. Hope the VR version will release on PC VR, but they've said for now that they plan to stick to VR only. Perhaps down the road they'll release a PC VR version. Oh, like one that would be available to be played through the computer, so like have the game on Steam or something. I feel like that could be interesting. I don't know how it would work, but if they could set it up, that would be cool. I definitely don't think they'd implement VR into this version. But I mean, I could see them adding the VR version to like Steam eventually. All right, 7 more and we're done. As an employer, I really feel that had a baby pain in real life too. Imagine your employee has a baby, doesn't show up for the next 2 years. We have a bad baby boom going on in the village right now. So that's definitely not helping us. We have 5 pregnant ladies, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 mothers. So that's like half the villagers. Like a quarter of them are about to have babies, and that quarter of them are already taking care of babies. But the sooner these 2 years go by, then the faster this baby boom is done. Because most of them are living in 3-person houses, so they're not going to have a second baby. I think a couple of them might, but most of them won't. All right, we're good. It's 7. The day's about to end, so maybe I'll just wait till next season to turn in the quest, because we still have time. I don't know if we're able to sleep just yet, though. Yeah, we can. Lubomir. I don't think I have any gifts for you, Lubomir. Apologies. Steam or the Quest Store on PC for Airlink. Either way you want it. Yep, there's more. Edita and Gustava. So Wojciecha and Berta are gone. Which means we lost a woodcutter. I mean, just in time, to be fair. Wojciecha was like one of our best woodcutters, I think. Or at least one of our first ones. Any moms back, though? Nope. No moms back. Lubomir's 3, though. Happy birthday, Lubomir. All right, let's go to Yezrika, assuming they're still at Yezrika. And we're gonna go turn this in. We've gotten all the supplies we need. The king will be pleased. Hopefully. Hopefully pleased. And then maybe we'll add another house this season. This will be the best time to expand the village. So we didn't spend money on taxes for all the other, like, new buildings we added. Ooh, barrels. Rye grain, apple tree seeds. I might need some more apple tree seeds after we rip out this orchard. In Sweden, where you live, the parents get 480 days of parental leave they can share between them. So it's like 18 months for a person. I don't know what it is for America, honestly. I think my boss, because I think last year when I was still doing like tech stuff, my boss's wife had a baby and he was like out for maybe like 2 weeks and then maybe like half on half off for like the rest of that month. But I don't know like the actual like what the job gave him. But I do remember that like as soon as the baby was born, he had like 2 weeks. Definitely not 18 months though. He definitely did not get anywhere that many days, or at least both of them combined. Like the season change, which the VR version had, that season change just goes back, goes black and says something like it's now the next season. That little like animation thing is actually relatively new. Or it like spins and it's like, oh, winter, autumn. It used to just be like change season, you get an event, and then it changes over. When you really think about it, medieval's added quite a bit the last like year or so. To be fair, it's mostly quality of life, but they're definitely still pumping out updates. Fingers crossed, maybe next year we get like a new map or some new project of some kind. Yeah, it's a lot less in the US. I believe it. I absolutely believe it. Even though bro had like 2 weeks off, like it seemed like every day they were calling him about something still. So it's like, oh yeah, you have the days off, but you're not really off because they keep calling you and trying to bug you about certain things. Leslav, I have all the materials. Take it to the king. I need to get my villagers firewood because I gave you all my logs. Also, a market stall is missing something. I know all my villagers are out of firewood, but this is much more important to take care of. Stone arrows are gone. We don't really use bow or bows at all. So how about you sell the copper arrows next? We got 88. And I will head back. Trying not to crash. We're on a good streak today. We haven't fallen off the donkey once. Do we make it through an entire stream without falling off the donkey? This might be the time. By the way, Lubomir's name day, you celebrate just your name, not like birthday, that's separate, is the 23rd of July. Here in Chechnya, it's the 19th of February. You have a name day? So you get a birthday and a name day? Do you get presents on the name day? What's the difference, I guess? I've never heard about a name day before. We're off the beaten path a little bit, but it's safer following the waters. They don't get paid here while on leave, but it protects your job. FMLA provides up to 12 weeks of unpaid job protected leave for eligible employees. I know we have at least like some forms of guarantees, but I know a lot of people want them to be higher, at least in America. Ooh, a broken wagon, a fine tunic, and a cudgel and wool fabric, and a water skin. I shall take this. In Sweden, it's paid leave, but paid by the government, not the employer. Oh, interesting. I want to say it's through the employer here, but I mean, I don't know exactly. I don't have a kid. I could not say for certain. Apple, shearing scissors, more wool fabric. Don't mind if I do. And we'll just follow the water here back. VR version's probably a year behind this game. I think this game was like 3 years old when the VR version came out. So definitely just not gonna have the same amount as the PC version has. But I'm sure there's some like unique things maybe that the VR version has that maybe the PC console version doesn't have. Perhaps. At one point, the swords, that was like a unique concept to the VR version, and the PC one didn't have it. But we end up getting those. I feel like the Render Cube devs have been really good at fulfilling player requests. Like if there's something that they want to see be added to the game, they end up doing it, whether it being like plantable trees and foliage. I think that was a big one for a while. The move building mode one, that was a big one. I think resource pooling wasn't a massive request, but I know a lot of people liked the idea of it. The seasonal crop rotation, that was a massive request that they ended up filling out.
Oh, it's you, like, so long.
Here. You guys are making firewood before. I'm gonna drop you back down to like 60. So then it'll be like 60-40 on firewood. In fact, actually, I think you were getting sticks before. Let's keep it to 40. Drop logs down to 50. And then sticks up to 10. All right. And then move out of the way. I will make some firewood for them right now, as soon as possible. It's a minor event. You get like flowers and a box of chocolate, but in Poland they celebrate it more like a birthday, you think? Massive parties when Yosefs celebrate. A bunch of people of the same name gather in bars and buy rounds for each other and stuff. That sounds kind of cool though. That's kind of legit. We don't think we have anything like that in America. That sounds like fun. Just sharing a commonality with a bunch of people with your same name. Yeah, the VR game has different devs. Also, have been gone for an hour and a half cleaning, but still number 2. I don't know. I don't completely understand the top chat thing sometimes. Because other people have definitely been chatting. I think sometimes the earlier you get here, you get more points, I think, when you chat. I could be wrong, though. We got a tavern. We got some other trees. This field is rye. I don't want to do anything to this field, like in terms of ripping it out, until next season, maybe, when we get the rye in. But one thing I will do is I will go get a hoe, and I will start hoeing the new field. Because once next season pops up, I think I'm just ripping out that field entirely. Put that on 7. Don't need the shearing scissor or the cudgel or the water skin. He just moved to number 1. Nobody else is counting their numbers. It's all you, Fergie, apparently. Top chat is biased today. Everybody else is excluded except you. I have 9 pike. I was thinking rye beer, but it's technically not rye beer I need. I need something with the stamina consumption. They took your number. You've been stolen. You've been forward settled. Oh, now you guys are helping. Now you're working on the fields. I was like, are you guys even grubbing up this field here? I'm gonna help them still. Because I might as well get the next field set up. These guys aren't doing a whole lot for the winter, so this is like the perfect time to start a new field. Now, where the next field is gonna go, I might just go like directly next to this one. I could put some more leading up to these rocks, but I kind of want to, I think this will be like the edge. So the fields will stop like right here. But we definitely want some fields in the front. So I think we'll have like a little field here. Or these could be orchards. So like this entire area that we're looking at, like right here. Everything around the roads, at least on the inside. I can't really point it out, but all of this is going to be filled with fields. Maybe some of them will be trees, but I think for now, just the fields. So let's throw another field down. This one will probably be a little bit smaller. Okay, this is how we'll test. I think we could probably get it to like here. So I'll do 8x5 for this field. 8x5? 6x5? And then anything like in these loose corners will just be like trees. This field's also just gonna be probably a rotation. I think the only thing we're really not growing is carrots. Carrots and beets. So this field might be small enough that we do something like that. But I'd rather just stack flax at this point. Co-op is very basic on the VR version. It's slowly getting new features that single player has, but they're prioritizing single player. Get that to a good spot, then work on co-op. I mean, that makes sense. This game is... I think this game has been single player longer than it's been co-op. Co-op didn't come till I think end of 2023. And this game came out in like 2020. So which field is this? Field 7. We're gonna set field 7 like we've set most of our rotation fields. So it's gonna be flax in the spring, cabbage in the summer, and rye in the fall. Let me pull out my hammer so I can see a little bit better in terms of where I'm going to place these, because I would like to try and keep them aligned a little bit. I mean, 15x6. Because this is only... I don't know how to do math. 75. It's a bit bigger than I would probably usually do. Maybe I'll just do another 5x10. I think 75 isn't like too small. But I can't get it as long as I would like to anyway, so we might as well break it in half. I think we can fit almost like 20 rows here. Yeah, these are going to be like our new main fields, I think. With how many big fields we got built over here, this will probably be the main fields. So maybe we'll get like a farm shed somewhere in this area or move our current farm shed. Realistically, I think we'll just make another one. Eventually, we're going to be at a point where we need 2 farm sheds. The small houses are 2x2, big houses are 3x2, and the big house is 3x3. You want a 6x6 house in the VR version with a new wall skin castle vibe with snap on the rooms. I think a lot of people have wanted like a bigger house, like a manor type house, or 2-story houses. I know has been a big request. 2-story buildings in general. The closest we really have is like the windmill. All right, this is good. I'll see how they do with these fields for now. Maybe I'll add some orchards on the side if we can fit them. We don't have a whole lot of trees though. So this is gonna be flax all season. all cabbage, and then all rye. I might change some of the smaller fields by the chickens to the other things that we don't have, like the poppies, the beetroot, the carrots. All right, we're out of firewood again. We got to make more. Wonder if it'd be possible to play a challenge where you die, you have to become your heir.
Hail, friend.
If there was a possible way to skip years, it would be possible.
Our king will go down.
I always thought that would be a cool concept. Like, if your child was like 6 years old, like let's say Lubomir is how it is right now, and I get got by some bandits, it just skips like 18 years. And it's like, all right, now you're playing as Lubomir. For the valley map, if you die, you always just get like a game over screen. If you die and you have an heir though, then it'll let you change over. If you're playing on the Oxbow and you die, you do have an option to respawn, so you can just make a new character entirely. I've considered the idea of just having like a hardcore run where I keep building on the same village, but if I die, I have to respawn as a new character, which means I reset all of my skills every time I die. You'll still have your village and like your tech points and stuff, but
I would say people.
like if you had like a diplomacy skill, so you're really good at bartering, if I died, then I'd have to rebuild that and stuff. But I think the fields are good. I wanted kind of like a little farmhouse, something over here. So I don't know where the farm shed's gonna go. I'm not gonna build it just yet because I don't need it and it's gonna take tax money. But realistically, I might just go on the side of the house. Might just put it on the side of the house like this. And then like wrap all this around with fences. We might be able to fit an animal somewhere in here. Like I could fit cows somehow maybe. Let's see if we have a room for a row of orchards. Yeah, we could do like a row of orchards. We need to get more trees though before we do that. What time is it? 5 in game. Think any more seedlings have spawned yet? I have like 2, maybe 3 apples and 3 hops. I need more trees. I need more trees. I'm gonna just check from Gustovia and back. VR versions like that. If you have a wife and a child that's like 17 plus and you die, you get the option to reload last save or become your heir. And the VR version, you could skip seasons, made it to year 50, or made it to 50 years old but didn't save the game. Uh-oh. In VR, if you don't save, you have to rely on quick save, but it can restore back to the last save point. In terms of like time in this game, I always feel like it takes a little too much time. Especially if your goal is to, you know, have your heir and become your heir. It'll take a couple hundreds of hours just to get to the point where your heir is 18 if you play on default settings. I wish you could skip more days a little bit faster. You could do like by the day, so like you could do single day seasons. I feel like 1 day seasons is way too fast in terms of like trying to get all of your farms and fields and stuff done. But that's why I do like 2 days. I feel like 2 days is like the sweet spot. You have a little bit less time in each season, but at the very least your heir grows up like 30% faster. Oh, here's a camp. I don't think this is a camp with seedlings, though. Warner Brothers Studios on Steam's having a huge discount on games. Injustice for $6, Mortal Kombat for $9, or 2 for 10. I think I have Injustice, but I never really played it. It's been a while since I've been into any fighting games. I think the last fighting game, or really the only fighting game series I was really into, was probably like Soul Calibur. Who knows when we'll get another Soul Calibur, if we ever get another Soul Calibur. It's got to have been at least like a decade since the last Soul Calibur has been released. But I used to love Soul Calibur. At least they're still making like Mortal Kombats and Street Fighters though. In Tekken. I used to play a lot of Tekken when I was really little. You continue your last run after a few weeks off, and you're sure back then you thought you had a brilliant strategy, but you forgot, of course, and now here you are with thousands of onions. You can make flatbread with onions. You could turn all those onions into dye. You can get some survival tech if you turn it into dye. League is getting a fighting game, like a 2D side-scrolling fighting game. That would be kind of sick. I feel like League is like the perfect, yeah, it's probably like the perfect game to add like a fighting game, because it has a bunch of characters that you're already gonna know. Not that I really ever played League, but I mean, I know a handful of characters from League. Take me back to Tekken, your first game ever, Tekken 5 on the PS2. Damn, dude. I was really little, but I think my first Tekken was Tekken 3 on the PS1. I think that was Tekken 3. Honestly, I don't remember much about it. That was so long ago. All I knew is I played Eddie Gordo. And he was like a breakdancer guy. Are there any other games similar to Medieval Dynasty on Steam or elsewhere, or is it the best of its type? I actually made a video about that like less than a month ago. I would say if you're looking for a if you're looking for a game that has like the Dynasty systems, like you have seasons, you have aging and farming and all of that stuff, Medieval's probably the best one you have in terms of that. But there's a couple of games that have like some of the systems, just not all the systems. The closest game to Medieval Dynasty is definitely going to be Sengoku Dynasty. Different developers, but same publishers. So it's just Medieval Dynasty, but in like Sengoku period Japan. You still have seasons, you have planting, you have, I don't think they have animal husbandry yet, though it's announced, or mounts. But you still have like your heir, you can get married, you can have villagers to add. I'd say the closest games to Medieval in terms of like quality and systems would probably be, I think Bellwright's definitely one of them. Though there's no like aging or family mechanics. Medieval's really like a niche of its own, where they've been adding like, they have like their own unique systems that are all into like one type of game. So there's nothing that really has everything that Medieval does. But if there were games I would recommend to look at, I would definitely watch that video. But if you didn't want to watch the video, Bellwright and Aska. They have like the same type of village management where you recruit people and you hire them and you have them like do jobs or do something specific. But if you want like as close as possible, then I would recommend Sengoku. But I would still say Medieval's better, so it's not like you're getting like a massive upgrade in the game. It's just gonna be a little bit different. Yeah, I don't know too much about the sci-fi ones. No Animal Husbandry in VR version yet. Really like the style of Medieval Dynasty as a whole, with the whole family dynamic, having your own town and hiring NPCs. If you like the hiring NPCs and having them like manage villagers, a lot of the games in that video will probably scratch that itch. But all of that plus like the Dynasty mechanics, that's very like limited to Medieval Dynasty or Toplets games. So Sengoku does have it, but it's definitely not as fleshed out as Medieval. Do I have a bag? Nope, I'm making one then. I have this whole row here where I plan to put some more trees, but I don't know if I have any trees I could put here. I have 10 apple and 3 hops. All right, then I guess I'll put apple trees here. This is an apple tree village. Why is the combat music here? Why does this happen every time I'm in this area? Aggressively planting apple trees. You tried Dawn of Defiance? Not a fan. I wanted to try Dawn of Defiance, but I never actually got to trying it. All right, settle down, game, settle down. Villages are out of water.
How is life treating you?
How are you not filling this up faster? Like, our villagers really going through like 4 buckets of water? Probably end up just getting this game on Steam so you can play a similar game while you have the VR headset off. I would say it's worth it. I would say it's different enough, but same enough that you would still enjoy it, but it'd be a unique enough experience that it'll be a little fresh. Because I think the gameplay loop is definitely not the exact same, but a lot of the actions you take will be familiar, I would say. You just won't have to go through all like the unique steps of, you know, cooking and crafting. Like, it's all through like the crafting wheel and stuff. And then you'll have like the farming systems, you'll have the dynasty mechanics, you'll have like unique quests, 2 different maps. The maps are completely different than the VR version. I remember the VR version had a different map. Wait, there's another Herald quest? Or is this the same? This is the same one. This is the same one. Never mind. I was gonna be like, no way. That would have been too quick. I do think I'm gonna get another 2 villagers though. I think we could use a couple new villagers. Also, I can give a quick example as to the house changing thing I was kind of talking about earlier, since I'm about to put a house down. I'm gonna do exactly what I was gonna recommend. So I got a house here. Can I get a stone foundation? So I got a stone house here. When you have your hammer out, you can change pieces specifically. So if I look at the rooftop, I can edit and then change it to thatch roof, Thatch roof, thatch roof. And now I'll be saving a little bit on wood. If you need wood, like I'm very low on wood right now. But then it'll still be enough that it keeps the house insulated to the point that the villagers aren't using a whole lot of wood. And then if you have any limestone. Oh yeah, look at all this limestone I got. I guess I need to go insulate some more people's houses. We got enough to insulate a few people. This house needs insulating. Hey, what's up, Ellie? What's going on, Ellie? These guys will be really happy. And I'll repair the hole while we're at it. Who else needs insulating? You need insulating.
I definitely belong here.
I think it's smaller than the map you're playing on. Could be wrong. I think it kind of is, yeah. If I recall correctly, it was a bit smaller. So you have a lot more options for where you can build your village. And I assume you'll have more like items for decorating and stuff like that.
It's the market.
I mean, three insulated houses. This will drop the firewood consumption pretty drastically. So that'll be less firewood we need overall. And I guess I'll put some on my house too, because I have a few left. Just insulate the top parts. But we still need more firewood.
No, how can I help you?
By getting out of my way. Just saw Medieval Dynasty got a small patch update with some things fixed. The weapons flying away from bandits on their death. They also made it so that fish don't get stuck if you have more than 100 frames. I wonder if that was my problem. Because I walked up to the fish at the start of the stream and they swam away and I got sad. But I think maybe that was why my fish wouldn't swim away, is because I think I have around like 120 frames on single player. And now the fish just swim away. I can't whisper to the fish anymore. It's tragic. But now they've been making it so that a lot of items stop like flying away once you drop them. It kind of makes it easier when you want to stack certain things. Like if you want to stack like metal bars. I noticed stacking like bars and stuff is way easier. My fish friends. They're not my friends any longer, I guess. I didn't realize they were only friends with me because of my frame rate. And now look where we are. VR doesn't have insulating. Once you complete the quest, you can just build anywhere except for in the towns. There aren't any, I don't think there's any limits as to where you can build aside from like the town locations. Maybe like caves and stuff, but yeah, you can build basically anywhere you want on the map. They're just using me for my frames. Never felt so used.
I haven't been drinking enough today.
Got lots of money from the pikes around Piastovia. Yep, well, those days have come to an end. The fish whispering days. I believe they are over. And you know what? That's okay. That's okay. The Flatbread Mafia still reigns supreme. So as long as they don't, you know, change the tech points on the flatbread, we're good. When that happens, that's when the end of the era officially reaches us. No, Skyrim has mods that make items static so they can't be moved like furniture. Would be a good adjustment. I know, imagine if we got mods in this game. It would change everything. All right, well, I want to get some villagers. 2 villagers in particular. I think we have room for an extractor. We have room for 2 extractors. But what I think I want is an extractor and a production worker. If I could find somebody that has both skills, that would be even better. But let's go check the Brannicas. Oh! Almost crashed. Would be epic if this game supported mods. It's been a big request, but that's one of the requests that I feel like if the devs do act upon it, it won't be until late stage of this game. That's kind of what they've mentioned. Like they said, if they were going to add mods, they want to add them later so that when the game is not getting updated as much, they don't like make mods out of date because they keep changing things.
Move on.
Wait, is that another Void Checha? Or that's a Vochecha.
Move on.
Either or, you're both not good enough for the village. Not what I'm looking for. What's an extractor? We don't have that on the VR version. That'd be like the person that's chopping trees or mining. So we have 6 skills. We have extraction, which is, like I said, mining or chopping trees. You have hunting, you have farming, you have diplomacy, which is market stalls, survival, which is for like fishing in the herbalist hut, and then production is just for any job that, like, I guess crafts in the production workplaces. So that'd be like workshop, tavern, smithy, kitchen. Basically anything that converts the raw resources into something else.
Fire.
Boguslav, you are a terrible villager. Join us so I can kick you. 4 1s and 2 2s. Not having it. Scarbermira, she is a she's a survival villager. Predzavoy is a diplomacy villager. All right, we got to continue on. None of these villagers are what I'm looking for. Maybe Tudkey. Hopefully Tudkey, because I'm kind of hungry. I need to get back and get some food. You saw something about that on the Medieval Dynasty Discord. Dev said they're not going that route for now, but they're thinking about it. Yeah, it's if they are gonna do it, it's not being worked on right now, basically. It was more like, once the game gets closer to its end stage, they'll consider doing it. Which I hope is them saying, you know, I hope that's not them just kind of like jingling keys in front of us and then, you know, when the game's almost done being like, yeah, we're not adding it, sorry. I think that would piss a lot of people off. I'll be real. So I think it'd be fine if, you know, they decided, if they said now they're not working on mods, that's fine. But if they said like, oh, maybe later, and then later they said no, I don't think a lot of people would be happy about that. At least I wouldn't be happy about that. It's kind of like with the religion thing. They've said they're not going to be adding churches. So at least there's not like, you know, the chance of us hoping, oh, we're going to get it. We kind of just know it's not going to happen. Narodka, she's a extractor. Vislava is an extractor. Bronislava is neither. Is there any food here? Anybody have any food on the ground that I can steal? I don't think so.
I feel famished.
Here, I'll hunt something. I'll eat some raw meat. There we go. There's a wolf over there. Wolfie, come here. I'm feeling quite hungry. I just one.
I did something.
I didn't bring a knife. Uh-oh. Don't do it. Hit him. Is it so hard? Almost died there, not gonna lie. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
I can hear my stomach rumbling.
It's all right, we got food. It's not quality food, but you know what? Food is food. In the VR version, you converted a big house into like a church-like building with pews. Yeah, you can definitely make like custom ones. We've definitely had like a custom church. Rose kind of had like a setup that she made. And I think a lot of people end up using that. That's what we had for the Flatbread Mafia church. In the Mafia run that we did. Like putting the sewing hut and the big house together.
Here.
So I saw, let me hire both these people. I'm not gonna keep both of them, but I'm gonna hire them. And then whoever I find that is a match for either of these villagers will probably kick the other.
And water. How do you do? And some firewood.
But Narodka and
My head, of course.
Vislava,
Yeah.
you can join us for now. But we're gonna continue to look. We need a male villager. If he was good at both extraction and production, that would be great. But I'll take either. Oh, we're gonna check and see how much coin we have too. I got 2,500 on me. Hopefully we have like 8K in storage by now.
Let's go.
Something interesting came onto your Steam newsfeed. Planet Crafter is getting a new DLC called Toxicity on November 17th. If you'd like, you could point the sci-fi weekend around that date. Experience a new planet. Seems better than the ones we have, except for the beach one. I've never played Planet Crafter before. The game I was considering playing in terms of like a sci-fi game was No Man's Sky. But I mean, I might look into Planet Crafter if it's like on sale or something.
Onward.
I feel if I do like a No Man's Sky run though, that might be a long run. I don't know how long it takes to beat or at least get to the end game of No Man's Sky. Slavomira, Moldy Boga, and Mirognieva, you have production. All right, I'm inviting you too. We're just inviting everybody, I guess. Well, we better find somebody by the end of the season. In your specials only village, you have 7 or so specials, which is awesome, but now they're too good and they overproduce. I mean, that's a good problem to have. If you can't get them up to their 100% work intensity, I mean, you're doing something good right there. Totally be down to watch you do a No Man's Sky run. If we do, I think it'll be in the September-ish, because that's what I've been kind of like pointing towards. I assume we'll be getting a Medieval Dynasty update around the end of that. And once that happens, that run might be taken, like maybe going on the back burner a little bit. But even so, I'd still like to at least try it and play it a bit. I haven't gotten very far in the few times I've played No Man's Sky, but I really did enjoy it when I did play it. Falabog is an extractor. So we're gonna keep Falabog, and we're going to kick Narodka and Vislava, unfortunately. Sorry, peoples. But we have Falabog and Miro. Unless... No.
Move on.
The downside, the problem here is they're like the same exact age. Which means we're not gonna have Miro for a while before she has a baby. So maybe there's somebody I can play musical chairs with. I feel like everybody's gonna be married. Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot I can do here. I mean, unless I swap somebody with Georgiana. Samasad. Is Samasad closer? He's not. So let's take Samasad out and put him in this house. It's not showing him. There he is. Into the house you go. And then we'll move this guy, the new guy, Falabog, with Georgiana. And they got like a 9-year age difference, so I don't think they're gonna be having any babies anytime soon. So it's a better combo. Realistically, I want to get Georgiana married to Amerigo, if we can get Amerigo. But I think it all depends on the luck of the draw with the special quests. In terms of specials, I think we have... Who do we have? We have the farmer, so that's Georgiana. We have Roland, which is the survivalist, and we have Nicola, which is the producer. So all that's left is the hunter, the diplomat, and the extractor. The extractor's not going to be until Lubomir's like 14. So that's not going to be it. So all we have left is the hunter and the diplomat. And Amerigo's the diplomat. He's also the easiest quest to complete. Yeah, no, I've hinted at the idea of doing like a sci-fi weekend or like a sci-fi month where I play like a sci-fi game, because I'm usually only playing survival crafting games that are like somewhat medieval based or just medieval games on this channel. Nah, but I think in our first Bellwright run I hinted at the idea and we never actually got to it, so we will in fact play one of those games. We will play a sci-fi game. I did mention a little bit earlier this stream though, but I believe we have a date for the Subnautica stream. I think the Subnautica stream is going to be on the 26th this month. So not this Sunday, but next Sunday. And maybe I'll make a post about it in Discord for those that want to check that out. I would just need some firewood. And I think our villagers are doing good. We still need to give these other guys some jobs too. But we made it through the winter, I think. Asked earlier, what's with Enshrouded? Like if I want to play more? I mentioned when I see any news about the new Enshrouded update, I'll do that. I'm hoping I can finish the Aska run before then. But I've gotten pretty deep into Aska. We're only missing, I feel like, some bosses. That's about it, really. Some armor. Now, I heard that Enshrouded is supposed to get a new update this month. So many games, not enough time. Especially with these survival crafting games, they always take like 100 hours to complete. We don't need to eat. We can literally just sleep it off. Played the shit out of that game. Now I'm keeping an eye on it. I joined the Enshrouded Discord the other day. I'm watching for any updates. So as soon as I see the new release, I'll be checking that out. 3 more births and 2 more weddings. Can we get past this? Can we get past this? So we lost 3 villagers today. Blanca had a baby. Radislava, Ludgarda, and Norberta also had babies. My wife has a quest for me. Goshislava. Deliver this to Raymond and Tutki. Okay. Do I have the tax money? That's what's most important. We in fact have the tax money. With only 1,000 to spare.
Oh, darling, it's you.
All right. Tax money's been passed over. Shroud is huge. I imagine it's going to take a while for that one. That's why I say I'm going to try and do a full run. I'm definitely going to get as much of a fill as I can out of that game. But knowing that we're going to be getting a medieval update in like the next month or so, some things are just going to take precedence. Maybe I'll be able to do like, you know, a couple streams on the side. Do mostly medieval, then have like an off day where we play something else. That'll most likely be what happens when the update arrives. But until then, we'll just be bouncing back and forth between a couple of these games. But I think that's where we're gonna end today, y'all. Year 9. We are on year 9 now, I believe. Oh, and Genevieve was back too. All right, perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, we're on year 9. We'll be completing year 9 and make it to year 10 probably this Sunday. Saturday, we're gonna be doing some more Aska though. So if you want to see some Aska or see year 9 of Medieval Dynasty this weekend, be sure to pay that King's tax of 1 like or 1 sub or membership. Really helps the channel out. But yeah, Saturday, well, we're switching it up this week. Saturday, we're doing Aska. Sunday, we're doing Medieval Dynasty. And then the next week after that, that's when it's gonna be like the last week of October. And we'll do some Halloween stuff maybe. Maybe we'll do a Project Zomboid run. Like a stream, not like a full thing. But we'll do like a Project Zomboid stream. We'll definitely be doing the Subnautica stream for sure. That's the one that's 100% happening. And then it's still up in the air as to what else is coming out at that point in time. There might be some other games we play that last week of October. But I'll let you guys know what happens the closer we get to that. But it's been fun, y'all. Thanks everybody for watching. I'll see you guys on Saturday. Take care, y'all.